Section 30 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 15. Monsieur Gaufflet's fourth meal had just been served, and he was seriously occupied in giving Master Niles a lesson in deportment, while the child, standing before him with a napkin on his arm, seemed in quite a teachable mood. "Bravo, Christian! You have come precisely at the right time," cried the Doctor of Laws. "I was on the point of taking my coffee all alone. I made it myself for both of us. I can guarantee that it is excellent, and you must want something to warm your stomach." "I will join you in a moment, my dear doctor," replied Christian, taking off his torn vest and preparing to wash his hands, which were covered with blood. "Good gracious," resumed Monsieur Gaufflet, "are you wounded, or have you by chance cut the throats of all the bears of Sevenberg?" "There has been a little of that," replied Christian, "but I think it is human blood that is on my hands now. Oh, Monsieur Gaufflet, I have such a story to tell you." "You are pale," cried the lawyer. "You have something more serious to tell me about than a hunting exploit. What has happened? A quarrel? A misfortune? Speak quickly, you take away my appetite." "Nothing has happened to me that ought to have that effect upon you, Monsieur Gaufflet. Go on with your supper. I will try to keep you company, and I will speak French because of—" "Yes, yes," replied Monsieur Gaufflet in French. "Because of the red ears of this little imbecile. Go on, I hear you." While Christian was giving Monsieur Gaufflet all the particulars of his adventures, and confiding to him also his conjectures and his emotions, they heard from afar the sound of the noisy fanfares. The Baron had left the forest as he so frequently disappeared from his saloons. The cold, the fatigue of the expedition, and above all his impatience to attend to the business treated of in Johann's missive, were more than he could endure, and accordingly after killing a deer he had stepped into his sleigh under the pretense of going farther on, while the other hunters were requested to pay no attention to his movements, but to continue their sports in any way they chose. Soon after, Larsen and the lieutenant had joined this hunt, where, agreeably to the universal anticipation, no trace of any bears had been seen, but where some few white deer had been killed, and a great number of very large hares. When the fog came on, the prudent people hastened to drive back to the chateau. But some of the young folks, escorted by all the peasants of the neighborhood who had been employed as trackers, delayed too long in descending the mountain, and were obliged to stop at the foot of the Hogar, where Larsen advised that they should wait until the moon arose, or until the vapors hanging over the lake should be lifted by the sudden gust of wind by which the rising of the moon is often preceded. Some of the party had the lanterns of their sleighs lighted and preferred to return at once, but about a dozen remained. Plenty of brandy was distributed to the peasants, who dispersed to their various homes. The servants and marksmen blew trumpets and lighted a large fire on the Hogar, close to the formless fragments of the statue of snow, and the merry company assembled in the grotto, before which the game was piled up in the form of a pyramid, and gaily chatted there at their leisure, relating their adventures and discussing the various episodes of the hunt. But the Major's stories so far exceeded what any of his companions had to relate, that soon everyone was silent to listen to him. Among his audience, which included both sexes, were Olga, Martina, and Margaret, who had been allowed by her aunt to remain on the Hogar with Mademoiselle Potin and the minister's daughter. "So, gentlemen," said Olga to the Major and the lieutenant, "you have been slyly performing dangerous exploits, the proof of which you promise to show us tomorrow if we will consent to take a walk to your house." "Say the proofs," replied the Major. "An enormous creature, a spotted bear with blue eyes, quite a large black bear, and 2 cubs which we intend to bring up, so as to have the pleasure of letting them loose and hunting them when they are grown." "But who was so fortunate as to kill or capture them all?" inquired Martina Angerstrom, the blonde fiancée of the lieutenant. "The lieutenant captured a cub," replied the Major, turning with an expressive smile to his friend. "The corporal and myself caught another. The peasant who was guiding us wounded the large she-bear and attacked the black bear, but these 2 furious beasts would infallibly have torn him into pieces if another of my friends, who reached the spot all alone, had not ripped open the first and broken the head of the other with a ball at half an inch from the poor devil's face." If Christian's exploit had been related a third time, it is quite evident that the distance between his ball and the Danneman's head would have been inappreciable. The Major certainly did not intend to exaggerate. However, his auditors cried out in amazement, but the lieutenant struck his fist upon the table and took an energetic oath that the distance, if anything, was less rather than greater than what the Major had said. The lieutenant did not intend to exaggerate either. How could his dear Osmond be mistaken? "Well, at any rate," said Margaret, "the slayer of the monsters you have described must be very courageous, and have great presence of mind, and I should like to offer him my sincere congratulations. Does he remain anonymous out of modesty, or is he not here?" "He is not here," replied the Baron. "Is it really true?" rejoined Martina Ankerstrom, looking artlessly at her betrothed. "It is only too true," answered the lieutenant, heaving a heartfelt and equally ingenuous sigh. "But did he make you promise," said Margaret, "not to reveal his name?" "We would not have consented to make any such promise," replied the Major. "We love him too well for that. But when one has a secret which, by good luck, excites the curiosity of the ladies, he likes to make his importance felt. And so we will not tell you anything more, will we, Lieutenant, until you have done your very best to guess the name of our hero." "Perhaps it was Monsieur Stangstadius," said Mademoiselle Potin, laughing. "No," replied someone. "The professor was at our hunt, and he left with the Baron de Valdemora." "Well," said Olga, "it may have been precisely to join these gentlemen that they went. Who knows whether it was not the Baron?" "Such exploits are not suited to his age," said a young man, who would have been very glad to pay court to Olga in an affected tone. "Why not?" she rejoined. "I do not say," observed Larsen, "that he is too old for such exploits, but it is my opinion that he has never had a taste for them. The Baron has never, I believe, hunted in the new style. That is, without being entrenched behind a net of strong and well-stretched cords." "What?" cried Margaret. "Did you hunt without nets?" "In the same way as the peasants of the mountain," rejoined the Major. "It is the best way." "But it must be very dangerous." "It was our friend alone who found it so today. We will show you tomorrow his coat of reindeer skin. The way in which the claws of the bear have turned this excellent shield into a kind of lace will show you that he was in very close quarters with the enemy." "But it is madness to expose yourself so," cried Margaret. "Nothing in the world would induce me to witness such a spectacle." "And what is the name of this Mealiger?" inquired Olga. "Will you not satisfy our curiosity?" "Confess," said the Major, "that you have not tried very hard to guess it." "Yes, indeed, but the best hunters at the chateau, all I should have thought capable of such feats, are here, and you say that your hero is not present?" "You have forgotten someone who was at the chateau only last evening," rejoined the lieutenant. "I have tried in vain to think," replied Olga. "I give it up, unless indeed it should be the Black Mask, the man of mystery, the learned buffoon, Christian Valdo." "Well, and why not?" said the Major, glancing stealthily at Margaret, who had blushed deeply. "Was it he?" she cried with unaffected eagerness. "Mon Dieu," said the young Russian, but more through thoughtlessness than malice, for she was not bad-hearted. "One would say, my dear child, that you are very much interested in knowing." "You know," observed good Mademoiselle Potin opportunely, "that Countess Margaret is afraid of Christian Valdo." "Afraid of him?" said the Major in surprise. "Why, certainly," replied the governess, "and I confess that I am a little in the same case. A mask always frightens me." "But you have never even seen Christian's mask." "Oh, that only makes it the more alarming," she answered, laughing. "We are only really afraid of what we have never seen. All the stories that are told of this witty comedian are so strange, and his death's head that they talk about. We have heard enough about him to make one dream all night and tremble at hearing his name." "Well," said the Major, "do not tremble any more, ladies. We have seen the face of Christian Valdo all day long, and in spite of what the Baron said last night, his pretended death's head is the head of a young Antinous. Isn't it true, Lieutenant, that he is the handsomest young man you ever saw?" "As handsome as he is amiable, educated, and brave," replied the Lieutenant. And even Corporal Duff, who was outside smoking his pipe and listening to the conversation, now raised his voice, as if in spite of himself, to praise the cordiality, nobility, and modesty of Christian Valdo. Margaret asked no questions and did not even venture to make any mental comments upon what she had heard, but while apparently fully occupied in fastening her pelisse, for they had risen to go, she did not lose a word of the praises bestowed upon her friend of the previous evening. "How is it," said Olga, who was also preparing for their departure, "that an educated and distinguished man can consent to following a calling, I will not say disgraceful, but certainly frivolous, and which, after all, will not be likely to make him rich?" "He don't make a business of his present occupation," replied the Major eagerly. "He follows it merely as an amusement." "Oh, excuse me, he is paid for his entertainments." "Well, and so are we soldiers paid for serving the state. Are not our estates and revenues the salary we receive for our services?" "There is a difference between a salary and wages," said Margaret with gentle melancholy. "But it begins to be cold. Shall we not go? I don't think it will be dangerous now on the lake." The Major saw, or thought he saw, that Margaret was anxious to have a talk with him. He offered her his arm, therefore, to her sleigh, and begged Mademoiselle Potin to allow him to have a seat with them in returning to the chateau. With a few brief words, he gave the lieutenant to understand that he would like to have Olga return in another sleigh with himself and Martina Ankerstrom, and the good lieutenant, without troubling himself about the reason of the Major's request, which he obeyed, as if it had been a military order, offered his services to his fiancée and the young Russian. Thanks to this arrangement, Osmond was at full liberty to espouse Christian Baldo's cause warmly, and to try and change the bad opinion which Margaret and Mademoiselle Potin, her discreet confidante, seemed to have formed of him. To succeed in this, he had only to repeat his conversation with Baldo and inform them of his generous and eccentric determination to endure the greatest poverty and suffering, rather than continue his adventurous career of which he himself disapproved. Margaret listened with apparent tranquillity, as if she had been called upon to express her approbation of some case in which she had no personal interest. However, she was not a skilful actress, and the Major, who had sufficient delicacy to adopt the same tone as herself, was not deceived as to the interest with which she really regarded his friend in her secret soul. In the meanwhile, Baron Olas had been laid upon his bed, where he appeared calm. The physician, as usual, eluded the questions of his heirs. They all soon knew that their dear and respectable uncle had returned from the hunt so feeble that his people had been obliged to carry him in, undress him, and put him to bed, like a child. But according to the physician, he was suffering merely from one of his customary accidental and temporary attacks. Johann gave orders that the amusements and games should continue. The comedy of marionettes was announced for 8 o'clock. And as for Dr. Stangsadius, who might have revealed how ill he really was, he had returned from the hunt only to ascend into the observatory of the chateau to study at his leisure the phenomenon of the dry fog, which he attributed, and perhaps correctly, to volcanic exhalations proceeding from Lake Vedder. The only person who was really anxious was Johann. As soon as he was left alone with his master, though the physician, who had retired to change his dress and take some food, had implored him to keep the Baron from being disturbed, he resolved to find out what he was to think of his mental condition. "Come, my master," he said with his customary familiarity, a privilege granted to him alone, which he was never afraid of abusing, and for very sufficient reasons. "Are we really dead this time? Haven't you a single smile for your old Johann? One of those sweet little smiles that mean, I bid defiance to disease, and I mean to bury all the fools who would like to see me go to the devil?" The Baron tried in vain to gratify him. The victorious smile which he attempted to summon to his countenance proved a melancholy grimace, accompanied by a deep sigh. "Anyhow, you understand me," resumed Johann. "That is something." "Yes," replied the Baron in a feeble voice. "But I am very ill this time. That ass of a doctor." And he tried to show his arm. "He bled you," said Johann. "He says that it saved your life. Let us hope so, but you must exert your will. You know perfectly well that it is your only remedy. Your will performs miracles." "I have none left." "No will? Nonsense! When you say that, it always means that you are very determined indeed about something. And I can tell you what you want now, that these 2 or 3 Italians—" "Yes, yes, all of them," rejoined the Baron with a gleam of energy. "There now," resumed Johann, "I knew I could bring you round. Did you see the proof?" "It is unanswerable. Stenson's writing, and his signature, all the details. It is strange, but it is true." "But where have you put it, in the name of heaven?" "In the pocket of my hunting dress." "I cannot find it." "You have not looked carefully. It is there. No matter. Listen, I am overcome with fatigue. Stenson in the tower." "At once?" "No, during the comedy." "And the others?" "Afterwards." "In the tower also?" "Yes, some excuse." "That is easy. A silver plate slipped into the baggage of these jugglers. They will have stolen it." "Good. But if their suspicions are awakened, if the true and false Christian do not come, where are they?" "Who can find out in this fog? I have given orders, but an hour ago no one had returned to Stolborg, which is watched and surrounded on all sides." "In that case, what will you do?" "The proof, that is the portfolio, destroyed, and the man who gave it up to you dead. His secret is dead too, since Christian Baldo does not know anything about it." "Is that quite certain?" "When we get hold of him, we will make him confess. But he is not in our hands yet. Perhaps by this time I will go myself to Stolborg and find out." "Go quickly. But if he should refuse to come to the chateau this evening?" "Then Captain Chimeret will go over there with—" "Very good. And the lawyer?" "I will tell him beforehand that you send for him. However, we must be ready for anything. If he refuses to obey—" "That will be the proof that he has an understanding with your enemies. And then—" "So much the worse for him." "That is serious. Such a well-known man." "Do not harm him. Keep him out of it." "Yes, if possible. No matter, I will try. I will go at once to Stolborg and slip your gold goblet into the pack-saddle of the ass. That will be the excuse for seizing the jugglers, even if we have to go there to catch them. But there may be some disturbance. Christian is a fighting man, and Stolborg is very near." "So much the better. They will silence him the sooner. The Major and the Lieutenant have taken a great liking to this mountebank. We must be careful and choose the right moment. I have ordered all the brass instruments in the chateau to be kept playing, and outside they are sending off rockets and fireworks every moment." Well thought of. How do you feel now? Better. I think I can even recall. Wait, Johann. That face. I dreamed about it again today. When was it? Wait, I say, was it a dream? Destruction. I cannot, Johann. My head refuses. My brain is confused as it was yesterday. Well then, don't torment yourself. I will find out all about it myself. It is my affair. Come, be quiet. You will come out victorious as you always do. I will send Jacob to you. Johann went out. The Baron, exhausted by the effort he had made, fainted in Jacob's arms, and the physician, hastily recalled, had a great deal of difficulty in bringing him to his senses. Then the patient recovered a feverish energy. "Off with you, doctor," he cried. "I am tired of your face. You are ugly. Everyone is ugly. He is beautiful, beautiful if they speak the truth, but that will not help him any. When one is dead, he soon becomes hideous, does he not? Still, if I should die before him, I should like to leave him my fortune. That would be droll. But if I live, he must die. Nothing shall save him. Say, then, the doctor, do you think I am crazy?" The Baron, after raving in this way for a few moments, fell into a restless, feverish sleep. It was then 6 o'clock in the evening, and the company at the chateau were just sitting down to the aftonward, the light repast which precedes supper. We are really grieved at being obliged to try the reader's patience with so many meals, but we should not be true to facts if we should suppress a single one of them. We are forced to remind him that it is the custom of the country to eat every 2 hours, and that a century ago no one thought of deviating from it, especially in the country and in the winter. Pretty women lost nothing of their poetry in the eyes of their admirers by having an excellent appetite. It was not the fashion to be pale and hollow-eyed. The fresh and brilliant complexions of the beautiful Swedes did not rob them of their empire over heart and imagination, and though not at all sentimental, the young people of both sexes were really very romantic. The little Margaret, accordingly, and the tall Olga, the blonde Martina, and several other nymphs of these frozen lakes, after having taken coffee in the grotto of the Hogar, ate their ice cream and cheese in the great gilded saloon of the chateau, each dreaming about love in her own way, and all of them happily unconscious that fasting could be considered a necessary condition of sentiment. There were no longer so many guests at the new chateau as there had been during the first few days of the Christmas holidays. Several mothers had carried away their daughters when they found that Baron Olas paid them no attention. The diplomats of both sexes, who had an interest in keeping up their relations with him and his presumptive heirs, whom the Baron was in the habit of calling, when he joked about them in French, his presumptuous heirs, remained in spite of the gloom that he shed around him. Countess Elveda was very much irritated at not being able to come to any understanding with her mysterious host, but she consoled herself by flirting with the Russian ambassador. The mornings and afternoons were occupied by the elderly ladies in making and receiving visits in their respective apartments, with a great deal of ceremony and solemnity. On such occasions they always conversed about the same subjects: the beautiful winter weather, the magnificent hospitality of their host, his remarkable wit, perhaps a little severe, his indisposition, and the wonderful courage with which he bore it so as not to interfere with the enjoyment of his guests. And as they conversed thus, they stifled Homeric yawns. And then they talked politics and argued with great bitterness, which did not prevent them from discoursing about religious topics in an edifying manner. For the most part, they entertained the persons who had just come in by saying all the evil possible of those who had just gone out. The young people were the only ones who contrived to throw off the moral coldness and gloom which seemed to permeate the very atmosphere. There were about a score of them of both sexes who, with or without the consent of their families, had formed attachments among themselves of a more or less tender character, and who, meeting freely as they did every hour of the day, acted as each other's chaperones and confidants. With this happy group were associated some few persons who, though older, were nevertheless benevolent and cheerful. Governesses, of whom Mademoiselle Potin was one, the pastor's family, who were always very highly considered and courted in all country festivities, several old country gentlemen, plain and simple-hearted, the Baron's young physician, when he could escape from the claws of his tyrannical and cunning patient, and best of all the illustrious Simstoic, whenever they could get hold of him, and contrive to keep him with them by paying him, for their own amusement, the most extravagant compliments, the sincerity of which he never doubted, even when they referred to the charms of his person. The collation of the aftonward was as gay today as ever, even although the geologist did not make his appearance. The young folks, as the matrons called them, did not even notice the anxious and agitated faces of the servants, who were not quite so blind to the real state of their master's health, as they would have liked to persuade those among them whose business it was to act as spies upon the others. After the collation, they declared that they had heard enough about the feats of the hunters, and Martina proposed that they should play hide-and-seek, a game that they had enjoyed very much the evening before, partly perhaps because they had to go to a different part of the chateau to play it. Instinctively they avoided a certain isolated pavilion occupied by the master of the house, and perhaps without openly admitting it, they were not sorry to have an excuse, that of not disturbing the host, for avoiding as well the stately apartments occupied by their parents and relatives. In the upper story of the outer circle of buildings, which was connected by numerous passages with the lower rooms, the latter were used for various domestic purposes as wine cellars, bleaching rooms, etc. There were a number of long, gloomy, and almost deserted galleries where they had plenty of room to look for each other, and plenty of dark corners to hide in. They drew lots for the different parties, and Margaret found herself with Martina and her fiancé, the lieutenant. End of section 30.
Section 31 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 16, Part 1. While the young people at the new chateau were enjoying their innocent games, Monsieur Gerfler and Christian were making all sorts of comments upon the discoveries relative to his birth which the latter thought he had made. Monsieur Gerfler did not agree with his young friend. His ideas, he said, were altogether fanciful and more ingenious than logical. For his own part, he seemed more than ever tormented by some idea which he, at the same time, wished and feared to explain. "Christian, Christian," he said, shaking his head, "do not torment yourself by dwelling on this nightmare. No, no. You are not the son of Baron Olas. I would stake putting my hand in the fire on that." "And yet," replied Christian, "is it not true that there is a certain resemblance between his features and mine? When he had fainted, and while his blood was dropping on the snow, his cruel and sardonic face assumed the expression of supreme repose which is given by death, and I gazed upon him in terror. No man, it is true, or so it seems to me, at least unless he has passed all his life before a mirror, or is a portrait painter, can have a very exact idea of his own appearance, but still his face seemed familiar to me in a vague sort of way, and gradually it began to appear like my own. I had the same feeling when I saw him for the first time. I did not say to myself, 'I have seen him somewhere.' I said, 'I know him. I have always known him.'" "Well, well," said Monsieur Gerfler, "and I too, by heavens, when I saw you the first time, noticed the same thing. And now again, at this very moment, when your face is serious and abstracted, I recognize, if not a resemblance, at least a similarity of outline that is striking. Extraordinary! But it is precisely that, my dear friend, which makes me tell you, no, you are not his son." "Really, Monsieur Gerfler, I do not understand you at all." "Oh, that is not your case alone. I don't understand myself. But yet I have an idea. A fixed idea. If that obstinate Stenson would only speak. But it was all in vain that I tormented him again to-day for 2 hours. He told me nothing of the slightest importance. Either he begins to wander at moments, or he pretends resolutely to be deaf and abstracted when he does not wish to answer. If I had heard of this Carine, and had known that she was mixed up in our affairs, I might, perhaps, have drawn something out of him, at least in regards to her. You say that the Denneman's son pretends that she could tell a great many secrets if she chose? Unluckily, she also is crazy, it seems, or else so intimidated and enfeebled that she is afraid to confess. However, it is absolutely necessary that we succeed in clearing up our doubts, for either I am a fool, Christian, or you are now in your own country. and perhaps are upon the point of discovering who you are. Come then, think, help me. That is, listen to me. Your appearance at the new chateau has caused a great deal of trouble and anxiety there, and you must know—" At this moment someone knocked at the door, after having tried in vain to open it without knocking. Monsieur Gerfler, unobserved by Christian, had cautiously drawn the bolt. Christian was going to open the door, when Monsieur Gerfler stopped him. "Go under the staircase," he said, "and leave me to manage this business." Christian, who was exceedingly preoccupied, obeyed mechanically, and Monsieur Gerfler went to open the door, but without allowing the unexpected visitor to enter. It was Johann. "You again," he said curtly and in a severe tone. "What do you want, Monsieur Johann?" "Excuse me, Monsieur Gerfler. I want to speak to Christian Waldo." "He is not here." "He has, however, returned here. I know it, Monsieur Gerfler." "Look for him, but not in my apartment. I am at work and wish to be quiet. This is the third time that you have disturbed me." "I ask 1,000 pardons, monsieur. But since you share your room with him, I thought I might come again to convey his lordship's orders to this comedian." "His orders? What orders?" "In the first place, to get ready his entertainment. Then, to be at the new chateau at 8 precisely, as yesterday. And, in conclusion, to play something very gay." "You repeat yourself, my good fellow. You have already told me the same thing twice, and in precisely the same terms. But are you sure that you know what you are saying? Is not the Baron seriously ill this evening? While you are prowling around the old chateau like a shadow, are you aware of what is occurring at the new chateau?" "I have just seen his lordship this very moment," replied Johann, with his eternal smile of impertinent humility. "His lordship is quite well, and it is because he sent me here that I am forced, to my great regret, to be excessively importunate. Notwithstanding, I must add that his lordship is very desirous of conversing with the Honourable Monsieur Gerfler during the comedy of marionettes." "Very good. I will attend to it. I wish you good evening." Thereupon Monsieur Gerfler shut the door in the face of the disappointed Johann. "Why all these precautions?" said Christian, coming from his retreat, where he had listened to this dialogue. "Because something is going on here, I was about to tell you when we were interrupted, that I do not understand. All day long this Johann, the most detestable wretch alive, if I can judge from his appearance and from Stetson's opinion, has done nothing but prowl around Stolberg, and you are the object of his curiosity. In the first place, he questioned Stetson about you, who does not know you at all, and who only learned today, precisely from this Johann, that you and I were both of us stopping here. Then he had a long talk in the stable with your servant Puffo, and another in the kitchen of the guard with Ophilius. He would have made Niels talk if I had not kept him close by me the whole day. I really believe this spy tried to make your ass confess." "Luckily, my honest Jean is discretion himself," said Christian. "But I do not see why the efforts of this lackey to see my face should make you uneasy. Since I have worn a mask, I have been accustomed to excite just such curiosity. But I intend to have done forever with this puerile mystery, and with these childish persecutions. As I am obliged to return to the chateau this evening, I will go with my face uncovered." "No, Christian, you must not do that. I forbid it. You must be patient for a few days longer. An important secret is challenging our investigation. It is our business to discover it, and I will discover it or lose my reputation. But you must not show your face. You must not even let Ulf see you again. You are certainly threatened by some danger. Johann, with his stealthy sidelong glance, is not the only person I have seen gliding about the passages of Stolberg. Either I am very much mistaken, or I noticed a thorough blackguard walking around the donjon on the ice, at just about nightfall, a certain fellow who has been honored by the Baron his master with the fantastic name of Captain Chimere. With our comedy last evening, we may have put fire to powder. The Baron unquestionably is suspicious about you for some cause or other, and if you will take my advice, you will pretend to be ill, and will not go to the new chateau at all." "Oh, as to that, Monsieur Gerfler, I beg your pardon, but the Baron cannot frighten me, no matter what he may do. If I am so fortunate as not to be related to him, I am in precisely the mood to defy him, and to squeeze vigorously any hand that ventures so much as to touch the tapestry of my theatre, if I choose to remain incognito. Remember that I have killed 2 bears to-day, and consequently that my nerves are a little excited. Come, come, pardon me, my dear uncle, but it is getting late, and I have only 2 hours to prepare for my exhibition. I am going to look for a play in my library, that is to say, in the bottom of my box, and you must be so good as to play it with me somehow or other." "Christian, I don't feel like it to-day. I am no longer an actor, but a lawyer, that is to say, a seeker of actual facts, to the very marrow of the bones. Your servant Puffo did not seem to me to be very drunk when I saw him, and he is here, no doubt, in the guard. Stay, I am going out, and I will call him as I pass, and send him to help you, since you insist upon performing. It will do no harm, perhaps. It will keep you busy, and may avert suspicions. Puffo is devoted to you, is he not?" "I don't know, I'm sure." "But if they should try to fasten a quarrel upon you, he would not leave you in the lurch? He is not a coward?" "I don't think so, but feel no anxiety upon that point, Monsieur Gerfler. This good Norwegian knife, which my friends lent me for the hunt, is still by my side, and I answer for it that I will make myself respected without the help of any one." "Beware of a surprise. That is the only thing I am afraid of for you. For my part, I cannot remain quiet for 2 minutes. Since you have told me about a child brought up secretly at the gentleman's house, a child with fingers like yours—" "Oh, nonsense!" said Christian. "I only dreamed the whole story, perhaps. And at any rate, I must not think about it now. I see at the bottom of this box my poor little marionettes, whom I am now going to exhibit for the last time, or the time before the last. For this, Monsieur Gerfler, is the only real and sensible conclusion to which I have been led by all my reflections. I will give up the fool's cap, and take the hammer of the miner, the axe of the woodcutter, or the whip of the traveling peasant. And as for the rest, I laugh at it. What difference does it make whether I am the son of an amiable fairy or a wicked earl? I will be the son of my works, and one need not rack one's brains to come to a conclusion so simple and so logical." "That is right, Christian, that is right," cried Monsieur Gerfler. "I love to hear you talk so. But still, for all that, I have my idea. I hold on to it, I dig into it, I feed it, and now I am going to give it an airing. It may be absurd, but still it is possible. I feel a constant anxiety to see Stenson. I will tear his secret from him. I know, at present, how to set to work. I will return in an hour at the most, and we will go together to the chateau. I will call on the Baron to find out what he wants with me, and will observe him carefully. He thinks himself shrewd, but I will be shrewder than he. Yes, that's the idea. Courage! Au revoir, Christian. Come, Niles, light me. Ah, stay, Christian. Here, it seems to be, is Master Puffo." In fact, Monsieur Gerfler passed Puffo as he went out. "So, here you are," said Christian to his servant. "Are you doing better to-day?" "I am doing capitally, master," replied the Limonese, in an even ruder tone than usual. "Well then, my lad, to work. We have not a moment to lose. We shall play The Marriage of Folly, the piece that you know best. You know it by heart, and will not need a rehearsal." "No, if you don't put in too many of your new gags." "I'll do as I choose about that, but I will not fail to give you your cues, so don't be alarmed. Go at once to the new chateau with the ass and baggage. Put up the theatre, arrange the scenery. Stay, since we have selected the piece, you may as well take the manuscript. For my part, I will dress the actors, and follow you. If you must absolutely run through the scenes, we shall have time enough over there. The audience, you know, always takes a quarter of an hour to find seats and get quiet." Puffo started to go out, but after taking a few steps, paused and hesitated. Johann, while keeping him a prisoner at Stolberg without his knowing it, had aroused him against his master by his insinuations, and Puffo was impatient to get into a quarrel with him. Still, he knew him to be agile and determined, and perhaps also a feeling of involuntary affection for Christian had glided, unperceived, into some hidden corner of his brutal and corrupt soul. He took courage, however. "That is not all, Master Christian," he said. "I want to know who the rascal was who exhibited the marionettes with you last evening." "Oh-ho!" replied Christian. "You are beginning to be uneasy, are you? What makes you suspect that there was any performance last evening?" "I know there was one, and that I took no part in it." "Are you quite sure?" "I was a little drunk," said Puffo, raising his voice, "I confess. But I have heard the truth today, and I know all about it." "The truth?" said Christian, laughing. "Would not one say that I had concealed it from your Excellency? I have not seen you today, Signor Puffo, and even if I had, I am not aware that I owe you an account." "I want to know who took the liberty of touching my marionettes." "Your marionettes, which belong to me, though you seem to forget it, will tell you, perhaps. Ask them." "I don't need to question them to know that some one or other took the liberty of replacing me, and apparently of earning my wages." "Suppose it were so. Were you in condition to say a single word last evening?" "You ought, at least, to have tried me, or else to have given me warning." "I must confess that I did not show you that consideration," replied Christian impatiently. "But I omitted to do so on purpose, so as to avoid the temptation of punishing you, as you deserved, for your drunkenness." "Punishing me!" cried Puffo, advancing upon him in a threatening manner. "Try it a little. Come on!" At the same time he caught up a marionette, and brandished it over his master's head like a club. The weapon, though comical, was none the less dangerous, for the head of the burattino is necessarily made of very hard wood, so as to prevent it from being broken in the stage fights. Holding the little figure by its leathern skirt, and hurling it like a flail, Puffo might have broken his adversary's head, and, perhaps, wished to do so. Christian seized the marionette as it came, and, with the other hand, caught Puffo by the throat and threw him at his feet. "Cursed drunkard!" he said, putting his knee on his breast. "You deserve a sound beating, but I scorn to strike you. Off with you! I discharge you on the spot, and never want to hear of you again. I have paid you your week's wages, and owe you nothing. But as you may have spent it all for drink, I will give you enough to return to Stockholm. Get up, and don't try any more of your deviltries, or I will strangle you." Puffo, who was a good deal bruised, got up in silence. Though brutal, he was not naturally an assassin, and he was humiliated and cowed. Perhaps he felt that he was in the wrong, but his first and great anxiety was to pick up a dozen pieces of gold that had slipped from his belt and rolled over the floor. "What is that?" cried Christian, noticing what he was about, and seizing him by the arm. "Stolen money?" "No," cried the Livornese, lifting his hand with an heroic gesture which was sufficiently absurd. "I have not stolen anything here. That money is mine. They gave it to me." "What for? Come, speak. I insist upon it." "They gave it to me because they wanted to. It is nobody's business." "Who gave it to you? Was it not—" Christian paused, fearing to betray suspicions which it was more prudent to conceal. "Out of my sight," he said, "and go quickly, for if I discover that you are something worse than a drunkard, I will kill you on the spot. Go, and woe to you if you ever let me see you again." Puffo retreated in great fright. Christian, to keep him at a distance, had laid his hand, purposely, on the Major's large Norwegian knife, and the sight of this terrible weapon was quite sufficient to alarm the Bohemian, whose great fear was that Christian would take his money from him, and insist upon knowing how he had obtained this unexplained wealth. The Livornese left the donjon in a very undecided state of mind. Johann, who sometimes took the liberty of exceeding the Baron's secret instructions, had not given him this money with a precise understanding that he was to undertake what the trembling Puffo, in the language of the road, called a bad job, but to persuade him to remain quiet in case his master should be provoked and drawn into some unequal scuffle. Johann had got everything out of him that he knew. He had learned, through him, that Christian was fiery and intrepid. Without compromising the Baron, he had given him to understand that his master had offended some very powerful person at the chateau, and that they had discovered him to be a French spy, and a very mysterious and dangerous person. The lie, though glaring, was not sufficiently gross to have much effect upon Bufo, for he did not know or care anything about politics, but what he did understand was the sum of money slipped into his pocket. He was intelligent enough to follow out the following course of reasoning. "If they pay me for standing by, they will pay me more for acting." Accordingly, he resolved to get to the start of anyone else. He attacked Christian, supposing that he would be without weapons or means of defense, but he lost courage, and perhaps also faltered a little in his wicked purpose. Christian was so good that the scoundrel's hand trembled, in spite of himself. Now that he was defeated and humiliated, what should he do? While Bufo was reflecting to the best of his very limited ability, Christian, more depressed and fatigued in mind than in body, sat down to his coffee and sank into a melancholy reverie. "Oh, what a sad life!" he said to himself, gazing mechanically upon the marionette lying upon the floor, which had come so near cutting his head open. "What poor company men without education are! And yet I shall have to be with them now more than ever. If I return to the dregs of the people, whence I probably emerged, after trying in vain to elevate my condition, I shall often be obliged, I suppose, to put down, by the force of my fist, brutal wretches like this Bufo, who cannot be influenced by kindness and affection. Oh, Jean-Jacques, was it such a life as this that you dreamed of for your Emile? And yet you yourself were stoned in your humble chalet, and were forced to abandon the rustic life you loved, because you could not make yourself feared by those who were incapable of comprehending you. Come, let me see you. Which of you was it who came so near killing me just now?" he continued, raising his voice to revive his spirits, and picking up the marionette, which was lying with its face on the floor. "Oh, Jupiter, you, my poor little Stentorello! You, my favorite, my protege, my best servant! You, the oldest of my troop, lost in Paris and found again so miraculously in the forests of Bohemia! No, it is impossible. You would not have harmed me. You would rather have turned against the assassin. You are worth much more than a host of gigantic marionettes I know of, stupid and wicked marionettes, who claim to belong to the human race, and whose hearts are as hard as their heads. Come, my little friend, put on a white collar, and let me brush your coat, which is covered with dust. I swear that I shall never again abandon you. You shall travel with me, though it must be in secret, since otherwise serious people would laugh at us. But still you shall go, and when you feel sad and lonely because you miss the blaze of the footlights, we two will talk together and console each other. I will confide my sorrows to you, and your sweet smile and bright eyes will recall to my mind the follies of the past, the dreams of love born and vanished within the gloomy walls of Stolberg." A child's laugh made Christian start and turn round. It was Master Niles, who had come in on tiptoe, and who was jumping with joy and clapping his hands at the sight of the animated and, as it were, living marionette, moving and gesticulating on Christian's nimble fingers. "Oh, give me that pretty little boy!" cried the delighted child. "Lend him to me a moment, so that I can play with him." "No, no," said Christian, who was in a hurry to arrange Stentorella's toilet. "My little boy plays with no one but myself, and besides, there is no time. Is not Monsieur Girfle coming back?" "Oh, let me see all that," resumed the enraptured Niles, casting a dazzled glance into the box that Christian had just opened, and where glittered, pell-mell, the laced hats, swords, plumed turbans, and pearl coronets of his miniature company. Christian tried to get rid of Niles by gentle means, but the child was so crazy to see and touch all these wonders that he was obliged to speak in a loud voice and roll his eyes fiercely to keep him from running away with his actors in their wardrobe. Then he began to pout, and, going to the other side of the table, said he would complain to Monsieur Girfle that no one would amuse him. His Aunt Gertrude had told him that he would be amused when he went traveling, and he wasn't amused at all. "But I don't care for you, you great wretch," he said, making a face at Christian. "I am going to make some pretty paper boats, and I won't let you see any of them." All right," replied Christian, who kept at work arranging the costumes of the marionettes under the supposition that he could rely on Monsieur Girfle's assistance. "Make your boats, my child. Make a great many of them, and leave me in peace." End of section 31. Read by Todd. Section 32 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 16, Part 2. While pinning hats and cloaks to the heads and around the necks of his little people, Christian glanced every moment at the clock, and grew impatient for Monsieur Goeffler's return. He wanted to send Niles to the guard to beg him to make haste, but Niles pouted and pretended not to hear. "Provided," said Christian to himself, "we have time to read over the play once, it will be sufficient. Without that, I shall be lucky if I can recall it myself. I have had so much on my mind today. Ah, I promised the Major a hunting scene. Where shall I introduce it? No matter where. An interlude stolen from the scene of Morand with the bears and the Princess Delida. Stentorello shall be brave, charming. He shall laugh at people who kill bears through a net, like the Baron, for instance. But, good heavens, I hope Puffo has not carried away the manuscript. I put it in his hands." Christian began to search everywhere for his manuscript. To write another would have required half an hour's work, and the clock was striking 7. He rummaged in his box, which contained the whole of his little repertory. He upset and turned over everything. He was in a fever. The idea of not going to the new chateau at the appointed hour, of appearing afraid to encounter the Baron's hatred, for to this motive his absence might be attributed, was insupportable to him. He was seized with a sudden rage against the enemy, to which his love, perhaps, added intensity. He was burning to defy the Snowman openly in Margaret's presence, to show him that an actor was more courageous than many of the noble guests of his chateau. Just then he looked at Niles. He was very quiet and serious, being busily occupied in making what he was pleased to call his little boats. Around him there was a pile of papers which he was cutting up for the purpose. He would take a slip of paper, fold it, refold it, and, if the boat did not succeed according to his liking, tear it, rumple it up, and throw it to the floor. "Ah, bad boy!" cried Christian, snatching from him a handful of torn fragments. "You are cutting up my manuscript into boats!" Niles began to cry and scream, declaring that the papers were not Christian's, and trying to fight with him to get them back. Suddenly Christian, who was hastily unfolding the boats to try and collect the pages of his comedy, became serious and remained motionless. These papers, in fact, were not his. The writing was not his, and yet his name, or rather one of his names, traced by an unknown hand, had, as it were, riveted his gaze. The first sentence he read aroused his curiosity to the utmost, and this sentence, written in Italian, was as follows: "Christian del Lago is 15 years old today." "Stay," he said to the child, who kept on teasing and demanding his paper, as he called it. "Play with the marionettes and leave me alone." Niles, seeing a handful of little men on the table, brushed up to them with delight, and found enough to do in looking at them and touching them, while Christian, taking the chair that the child had just left, and placing the candle by his side, began to decipher the letters before him, consisting, apparently, of a file of old letters. The writing was detestable, and the Italian style and orthography all of a piece, but every word which he read or guessed seemed to him more and more extraordinary, and caused him the liveliest amazement. "Where did you get these papers?" he said to the child, while continuing to collect the torn and rumpled fragments. "Ah, monsieur, how handsome you are with your great moustache!" cried Niles, gazing in ecstasy upon the marionette. "Answer, will you?" cried Christian. "Where did you find these papers? Do they belong to Monsieur Goeffler?" "No, no," replied Niles at last, after making him repeat the question several times. "I did not take them from Monsieur Goeffler. He threw them away, and the papers he throws away are mine. They are for making boats. Monsieur Goeffler said so this morning." "You are telling a story. Monsieur Goeffler did not throw these papers away. They are letters. People do not throw letters away. They keep them, or they burn them. You took them out of the drawers of this table." "No." "From the room, then, where he sleeps." "No, no." "Tell the truth at once." "No." "I will pull your ears." "No, you won't. I'll run away." Christian stopped Niles, who tried to make his escape with the marionettes. "If you tell me the truth," he said, I will give you a pretty little horse with a red and gold saddle-cloth." "Let me see it." "Now," said Christian, handing him the plaything, which was one of his properties, "speak, brat." "Well," said the child, "this is how it was. I went just now to light Monsieur Girfler to Monsieur Stenson's house. You know who I mean, the old man who, they say, cannot hear anything, who lives in the other court." "Yes, I know. Go on quickly and tell the truth, or I shall take back my horse." "Well, I stayed there to wait for Monsieur Girfler. I was in Monsieur Stenson's room, where there was a fire, and Monsieur Girfler was in the office next to it, talking loud to Monsieur Stenson." "What were they saying?" "I don't know. I did not listen. I was playing making a fire in the chimney. And then, all at once, some men came into the office, and they said, 'Monsieur Stenson, his lordship has been waiting for you for an hour. Why do you not come? You must come at once.' And then they quarreled about it, and Monsieur Girfler said, 'Monsieur Stenson cannot go. He has no time.' And Monsieur Stenson said, 'I must go. I am not afraid of anything. I will go at once.' And then Monsieur Girfler said, 'I will go with you.' And then I went into the office because I was afraid they were going to hurt Monsieur Girfler, and there I saw 3 or 6 men dressed in a very nice livery." "3 or 6?" "Or 4. I could not count. I was afraid. But Monsieur Girfler cried out, 'Go away with you!' And he pushed me onto the staircase and threw this bundle of papers after me without anyone seeing him. Perhaps he did not want them to know that he gave it to me so, and then I picked it up and ran away. That is all." "And you did not tell me, idiot? What if Monsieur Girfler—" Christian paused, knowing that it was useless to complain, and gathering up the papers as quickly as possible, he shut them up in his box, took the key, and hastened out. The events thickening around him were becoming more and more incomprehensible, and he felt very anxious about the lawyer's situation. Niles had already burst into a roar at being left alone with the marionettes, which frightened him a little, fascinating as they were, when Monsieur Girfler met Christian in the passage and brought him back into the bear room. He was pale and agitated. "Yes, yes," he said to Christian, who assailed him with questions. "Fasten the doors. Something serious is going on here. Where is Niles? Ah, there you are, little one. Where did you put the bundle of papers?" "He was cutting them up into boats," said Christian. "Here they are, all torn, but nothing is wanting. I picked up every scrap. But what are these strange letters about me, Monsieur Girfler?" "They are about you, are they? Are you sure of it?" "Perfectly sure." "Have you read them?" "I have not had time. Master Niles made it a difficult task, and then the writing is villainous. But I am going to read them. Monsieur Girfler, the secret of my life is there." "In truth?" "Yes, I suspected. I was sure, Christian, that you were the person they treated of. But I gave my word to Stenson, on receiving this deposit, not to read the letters before his death, or the Baron's." "But I, for my part, have made no promise, Monsieur Girfler. Chance has placed these papers in my hand. I have saved them from destruction. They are mine." "Indeed," said Monsieur Girfler, smiling. "Well, now that I think about it, I had not finished my oath, after all, when we were interrupted. No, I swore solemnly yesterday, in regard to another deposit. But as to this one, I remember now that I had not completed my oath. Besides, Stenson was about to confide in me fully. I had begun writing my questions, so as not to have to raise my voice to the poor deaf old man. I was speaking of you, of my suspicions, and I felt that there were spies about us. You must have seen some of my writing in pencil on the loose sheets." "Yes, I did, and thought that that must have been the way of it. Read the letters, then." "Letters? Are they letters? Give them to me. But, no, we ought rather to hide them. We are surrounded, watched, Christian. At this very moment I am sure they are rummaging and robbing Stenson's office. They have carried off Ulfilas. Who knows whether they will not attack us?" "Attack us? But in fact it is quite possible. Pufo tried just now to take me by surprise in the German fashion. He raised his hand upon me, and had gold in his pockets. I was obliged to kick the clown out of doors." "And you were wrong. You should have tied him and shut him up in here." He is now perhaps with the Baron's cutthroats. Come, Christian, we must find a hiding place for these papers before attending to anything else." "Pshaw! A hiding place is never of any use." "Yes, indeed." "Oh, very well, then. You find one, Monsieur Gerfler, while I make ready my weapons. That is the surest way. Where are these cutthroats?" "Who knows? I saw Johann and his band go out with Stenson, and I locked the door of the court after them. But they may come from the other side, for the lake is a solid plain now. They may have come already. Do you hear anything?" "Nothing. And why, in heaven's name, should they come and attack us here? Say, Monsieur Gerfler, let us reason a little about our situation, and not be alarmed without any cause." "You cannot reason about it, Christian, for you have no knowledge to go upon. As for me, I know, or I think I know, that the Baron has fully resolved to discover who you are, and, when he is satisfied, who can say what course he will pursue? Possibly they will keep us prisoners here until he arrives at some decision. They have just arrested Stenson. Yes, arrested, that is the word. At first, that scoundrel of a Johann came in and invited him politely enough, but when the terrified old man hesitated, and when I sought to detain him, the other servants showed themselves, and if he had resisted, would have carried him off by force. It was my intention to follow him. I am satisfied that they would not dare injure him before me, and I propose to go with him into the Baron's presence, and, if necessary, to stir up the latter's guests against him. In fact, I actually did start in advance of them all, but, under cover of the fog, returned, for, on the other hand, to leave you alone, I could not make up my mind what to do. If the Baron wants to extort some secret from Stenson, he will begin by wheedling him, and we shall have time enough to go to his rescue. That thought decided me. And now, Christian, let us go. Yet stay. It is absolutely necessary that we should solve this mystery, that we should know the real facts of the case before acting. Stand sentinel, then, guard the door, and they will not dare break it open. The devil! I am at home here. You are right. They will not venture to drag me, as they did that poor old overseer, before their master. What excuse could they offer? None, most surely. So be tranquil, Monsieur Gerfler. This great door is solid, that of the bedroom no less so, and I can answer for the door of the secret chamber. I will guard them. Read, and read quickly. We, at least, have always an excuse for going to the new chateau, since they have not countermanded the comedy of marionettes. Yes, yes, certainly, we must know where we stand, and who we are, cried Monsieur Gerfler, exalted by the spirit of investigation, which is the soul, the inspiration of the lawyer's profession. I shall get through it sooner than you would, Christian, for arranging these fragments and making out these hieroglyphics is in the regular course of my business. 5 minutes' patience, I ask no more than that. As for you, Master Niles, talk low with your marionettes. As he spoke, Monsieur Gerfler, with remarkable promptness, began arranging the letters according to their dates, reading them as he went on, and completing the sense, where it was wanting, with a veritable eagle's glance. Every trace, every line of this mysterious package of papers he examined carefully, sometimes questioning Christian, and sometimes himself, as if to recall certain facts. The young man is very happy in his home with the Gaufredis. He is much beloved. That refers to you, I should think. And yet, in certain places he says, "my nephew," and it is still you he is speaking of. My nephew has gone into the country, to Lake Perugia, with the Gaufredis. The young man is 15 years old today. He is tall and strong and resembles his father. Oh, yes, certainly, Christian, you resemble him. My father? Who, then, is my father? Cried Christian. Do you know? Stay, said Monsieur Gerfler, handing him a medallion, which he drew from his pocket with much emotion. Look at that. Stenson just confided it to me. It is a portrait closely resembling the original. Authentic. Might it not have been taken for you? Heavens, said Christian, gazing at the beautiful miniature, almost with a feeling of terror. I don't know, I am sure. It is a young man richly dressed. Is it not Baron Ollis in his youth? No, no, God be praised, it is not he. But do not say a word, Christian, I must read on. I am beginning to understand. In another letter you are designated as your nephew, and no longer my nephew, and in still another Your nephew. It is quite evident that it is a precaution to turn aside suspicions in case the letters are intercepted, for you are not related either to the man who wrote these letters, or to Stenson, to whom they are addressed. Stenson? Is it to him, then, that someone has sent his accurate account of my health, my progress, and my travels? For I saw enough to understand that this had been done in turning over the leaves. Here is a letter in which they speak of my duel. See, it is dated at Rome, 1700. Wait. Oh, yes, I see it. There is a letter every year. He has had the misfortune to kill Marco Melfi, who was... Then follow reflections. The Cardinal has no wish to be revenged. I hope to discover what has become of our poor child. Here is a letter from Paris. It is impossible to find him. I might deceive you, but I do not wish to. I am afraid that he may have been arrested in Italy. While I am looking for him here, he perhaps is a prisoner in the castle of St. Angelo. Stay, Christian, don't be impatient. Here is a letter which must be more recent. It is dated the 6th of last August, Tropol, Moravia. I was really upon the right track this time. He took the name of Dolac in Paris, as I supposed, but he started on a journey and, most unhappily, has perished quite recently. I have just been dining at an inn with a young man named Guido Massarelli, whom I knew in Rome, and who was well acquainted with him, and he informed me that he had been assassinated in the forest of... illegible. I shall give up, therefore, any further search for him, and as my little commercial transactions require me to go to Italy, I shall start tomorrow before daybreak. Do not send me any more money to help me on in my travels. You are not rich, for you have always been honest. That is the case, too, with your servant and friend, Manucci? I know no such person, said Christian. Manasses, cried Monsieur Gerfler. The person whom Monsieur Guido mentioned yesterday, the little Jew who took such an inexplicable interest in you. That was not his name, rejoined Christian. No matter. It was the same person, I am sure of it, said Monsieur Gerfler. His name was Taddeo Manasses. Stenson told me so yesterday. This is the only time, in course of the correspondence, that he signed either of his names in full, and it was perhaps the last time that the poor wretch ever dipped his pen into ink, for according to Massarelli, he is dead, and I will stake my life upon it that Massarelli assassinated him. Stay, don't speak, Christian. On informing Stenson of his death, Massarelli claimed to be in possession of a terrible secret, which he wanted to sell him, and threatened, if he would not come to terms, to carry it to the Baron. The proof, no doubt. Was this poor Jew addicted to drinking? No, not that I know of. Well, then, Guido must have assassinated him, for the sake of the little money he had in his possession. He found, no doubt, some letter from Stenson on his person, and learning from that of his whereabouts, came here at once to turn the adventure to account. Besides, this Massarelli may have given the Jew some narcotic when they dined together at the inn. But no, since it was after that that the Jew wrote. But in the evening, or the next day. Alas, what does it mean, Monsieur Gerfler? It is quite plain that Massarelli discovered the secret, whatever it may be, and has revealed it to the Baron. But, as for me, I have not discovered anything as yet about myself, except that Monsieur Stenson is interested in me, and that Manasses, or Taddeo, was his confidant, and has faithfully transmitted to him news about me, and finally, that my existence is very disagreeable to Baron Olus. Who am I, then, in the name of heaven? Do not make me languish any longer, Monsieur Gerfler. Patience, patience, my friend, replied the lawyer, as he sought a hiding-place for his precious letters. I cannot tell you yet. I have been certain of the truth for the last 24 hours, as far as instinct and reason can make me so, but I must have proofs, and these are not enough. I must get hold of them. Where? How? Let me reflect, if I can, for there is enough here to drive one crazy. Papers to hide, Stenson in danger, and we too, perhaps. However, yes, this is the point, Christian. I want to be certain that it is you they have designs against, and then I shall know positively who you are. It is easy to find out whether the Baron's intentions are what you suppose. I will go over to the chateau to give my performance as if nothing were the matter, and if I am attacked, as I am so well armed today, I will try and make my adversaries confess." "I really believe," said Monsieur Giroflée, who had finally succeeded in hiding the letters, "that it would be preferable to run the risk of a fight on the open lake than to wait here until they run us down in this gloomy old den. It is already 9 o'clock, and we were to have been at the chateau at 8. Yet they have not sent to know why you are so late. Is that singular? Stay, Christian. Is your gun loaded? Take it. For my part, I will take my sword. I am neither a Hercules nor a bully, but I understood fencing in my youth, like all students, and if we are waylaid and attacked by ruffians, I don't intend to let them slaughter me like a calf. Promise me, swear to me, to be prudent. That is all I ask." "I give you my word that I will," replied Christian. "Come." "But that troublesome brat who has fallen asleep playing, what shall we do with him?" "Put him to bed, Monsieur Giroflée. I don't suppose they have any designs on him. But those cutthroats will kill a child to stop it from crying, and that young one will yell with all his might. I can answer for that, if he wakes up and sees strange people about him." "Well, the devil take him. I suppose we shall have to carry him with us. Nothing would be easier if we don't meet badly disposed people, but if there is any fighting to be done, he will be very much in our way, and may be injured himself." "You are right, Christian. It would be more sensible to leave him in his bed. If there are spies around, they will soon know that we have gone out, and they will have no reason for coming in here. Keep your eye on the door. This time I shall not be very long in putting Master Niles to bed. He can sleep in his clothes." End of section 32. Read by Todd.
Section 33 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 17. Monsieur Giroflée had scarcely had time to lay his valet de chambre on his bed when he called Christian. "Listen," he said to him. "It is through this room that they are coming. They are knocking at the door." "Who goes there?" said Christian, loading his gun and taking his stand before the door of the guard-room, which opened, the reader will remember, on the gallery that surrounded the court. "Open, open, it is we," replied a rough voice in Delacarrian. "Who?" said Monsieur Giroflée. There was no reply, and Christian added, "Are you afraid to give your names?" "Is it you, Monsieur Waldo?" said a sweet and trembling voice in reply. "Margaret!" cried Christian, and throwing open the door he perceived the young countess and another young lady whom he had seen at the ball, but whose name he had forgotten, escorted by the faithful Peterson. "Where are they?" asked Margaret, falling breathless and almost fainting upon a chair. "Who? Of whom are you speaking?" he asked, terrified at her paleness and emotion. "Major Larsen, the lieutenant, and the other officers," replied the other young girl, who was quite as much out of breath and not less agitated than Margaret. "Have they not come?" "No. Were they to have come here?" "They started from the chateau more than 2 hours ago." "And you are afraid some accident has happened to them?" "Yes," replied Martina Ackerstrom, for it was she. "We are afraid. I don't know what we were afraid of for them, since they started all together, but—" "But for whom, then, were you afraid?" said Monsieur Giroflée. "For you, Monsieur Giroflée, for you," replied Margaret eagerly. "We have discovered that you are in great danger here. Did you not suspect it? Yes, yes, for I see that you are armed. Have they come? Have you been attacked?" "Not yet," replied Monsieur Giroflée. "It is certain, then, that we are to be attacked." "Oh, we are only too sure of it." "What? They threaten me also? Me?" replied Monsieur Giroflée, with the most perfect simplicity and good faith. "Speak, dear young lady. Are you quite sure? This is really very strange." "I am not sure as to the latter point," said Margaret, whose paleness was suddenly dissipated by a vivid blush, but who avoided meeting Christian's eyes. "Then," said Monsieur Giroflée, without seeming to observe the young girl's embarrassment, "it is he alone that they have designs against?" And he pointed to Christian, whom Margaret persisted in refusing to see or to name, which did not prevent her from replying, Yes, it is he, Monsieur Giroflée. They want to kill him." "And the Major and his friends know this also? How is it that they have not come?" "They are perfectly sure of it," said Martina, "and if they have not arrived, it is because they have had the same luck that we had. They have got lost in the fog, which is constantly increasing." "You have been lost in the fog," said Christian, deeply moved by Margaret's generous solicitude. "Oh, only for a little while," she answered. "Peterson belongs to the country, and he soon found the road, but the gentleman must have mistaken one shore of the lake for the other." "Place a light in the window of the bear room," said Monsieur Gaufflet. "It will serve to guide them." "No, no," said Peterson. "They will not see it any more than they see the stars." "No matter. Try it at any rate," said Martina. "No, my dear friend," replied Margaret. "The assassins are probably lost also, since they have not come. We will not help them to find their way before the officers." "We shall be very glad to welcome the officers, most surely," rejoined Monsieur Gaufflet. "But at present there are 3 of us, and all well armed. I know Peterson, he is a strong ally. And then, my dear young ladies, is it not possible that there is some error here? Have you not mistaken mere inquisitive rogues for assassins? Where did you see them?" "Tell them, Martina, tell them what we heard," said Margaret. "Yes, yes, Monsieur Gaufflet, listen," resumed Martina, assuming artlessly a pretty little air of importance. "2 hours ago, or 2 hours and a half perhaps, we young folks, as they call us over at the chateau, were playing hide-and-seek in the outer buildings of the new chateau. I was with Margaret and the lieutenant. We had drawn lots for the different parties, and then we should have been afraid, we 2 young girls, to go all alone into gloomy galleries and dark rooms where we had never been. We were obliged to have a cavalier to accompany us. The lieutenant did not know much more about this part of the chateau than we did ourselves. It is so large. Well, we crossed a long, deserted gallery and went down a little staircase that was nearly dark. The lieutenant was leading the way, and as there were no corners or passages anywhere around that would be good for hiding, we went straight on until we could scarcely see at all. I began to be afraid we should fall down some precipice, and then at last he stopped. "I began to recognize the locality now," he said. "We have come to the great tower, which is used as a prison. There can be no prisoners in it, for the door is open. If we go down into the cells below, I answer for it that they will have some trouble in finding us there." With that, he was going down, but the idea of burying ourselves in those subterranean dungeons, which are said to be so gloomy and terrible, frightened Margaret, and she begged him to stop. "No, no," she said, "don't go any further. Stay at the entrance. Here is a recess in the wall almost built up. Let us go in there, and don't talk, for you know there are spies in this game, whose duty it is to wander about and listen so as to tell the others where we are." We did as Margaret wished, but scarcely were we in our hiding place when we heard someone coming, and thinking they were already on our track, we repressed our laughter and scarcely even ventured to breathe. Then we heard the very words that I am going to repeat to you. They were spoken by 2 men who came out of the tower and went through the long gallery that had brought us there. They were talking low, but they stopped for a few moments at the door of the tower to have an explanation, and this is what they said. "Are you going to put me with the party detail to guard the Italian again? I am tired of that sort of service." "No, you are to come with us to the old chateau. The Italian is one of ourselves at present." "So, and what is to be done over there?" "I cannot tell you what the other said, for we did not understand it. It was slang talk, it seems, such as robbers use, but they repeated the name of Christian Waldo several times, and they spoke also of the lawyer. The lawyer, one said, oh, he will be of no account. A lawyer always runs away." "That remains to be seen," cried Monsieur Gaufflet. "And what then?" "And then they said something about an ass, and a gold goblet, and a quarrel they were to engage in. It was all the more and more incomprehensible. Finally, the 2 men, who had stopped just before us, as I told you, concluded their arrangements and went away. 'The rendezvous is at 8 o'clock on the lake,' said one, just as they started. 'But suppose he does not come,' said the other. 'In that case we will go on to Stolberg. We shall receive orders.' As soon as the 2 rascals had gone, the lieutenant made us come out of our hiding place, and said in a whisper, 'Not a word here.' He led us back cautiously to the great hunting gallery, and then said, 'Allow me to leave you, and to go in search of the major.' The lieutenant had understood the slaying of these brigands. They were to accuse Monsieur Christian Waldo of having stolen something, and to attack him, to carry him to the tower, and to kill him if he should defend himself. And they had added, and that would be the best of all. The lieutenant was indignant, he said, when he left us. The real mover in this business is perhaps of higher rank than we suppose. Politics is at the bottom of it. Christian Waldo must have some state secret." "I give you my word that I have not," replied Christian, who could not help smiling at the lieutenant's simplicity. "I do not ask you, Monsieur Christian," replied the good and ingenious Martina, "but I know that the lieutenant and major and Corporal Duff swore that they would do their duty and protect you, even if this should prove a signal offense to his lordship the Baron. However, they thought the greatest prudence would be necessary, and they urged us to keep the whole matter a profound secret. They started on foot, well armed and as quietly as possible, for they wanted to take the assassins by surprise and get possession of their secret. Go on with the game, they said, and try and prevent the others from observing our absence. In fact, Margaret and I pretended to keep on playing until the time came to separate and go and make our toilets for the evening, but instead of thinking of dressing ourselves, we could think of nothing but of looking out the window of my room so as to try and see what was passing on the lake. But the fog was so thick that it was quite impossible. We could not even distinguish where Stolberg was, and then we listened with all our ears, for sometimes in these thick fogs you can hear the slightest sounds with perfect distinctness. But they were making such a tumult in the chateau and outside the moat with their fanfares and fireworks that it seemed as if they were doing it on purpose, so as to prevent the noise of a quarrel or fight from being heard. And so the time passed, and then Margaret suddenly began to be frightened. "And you also, dear Martina," said Margaret in some confusion. "It was you, dear friend, who made me so," said the fiancé of the lieutenant frankly. "At last, like two mad creatures, we started off with Peterson, persuaded that we should meet the Major and his friends, and that they would restore our courage. We thought, too, as Peterson knows the country perfectly and scarcely ever makes a mistake, that we should be able to guide them to the old chateau if they had lost their way. We came on foot and did not go much astray, except that we arrived at the side of the guard, instead of succeeding in coming straight to the court. But Peterson said, 'It is the same thing. We can go in this way just as well.' And in fact, here we are, without well knowing how we got here. But in all this time we have not met a single person, and now that we are a little more tranquil about you, I think we have a reason to feel seriously uneasy about the Major and the other officers." "Ah, Margaret," said Christian in a low voice to the young Countess, while Monsieur Gaufflet, Martina, and Peterson consulted together to see what had best be done, "you came thus." "Ought I," she replied, "to have allowed such a man as Monsieur Gaufflet to be assassinated without trying to bring him assistance?" "No, certainly," replied Christian, who was too deeply and sincerely grateful to offend her delicacy, even by expressing his gratitude too warmly. "Far otherwise, but your courage was none the less sublime. You might have met these bandits. Very few women would have carried their devotion, their humanity, so far as to have come themselves." "Martina came with me," rejoined Margaret eagerly. "Martina is engaged to the lieutenant," said Christian. "She would not perhaps have been willing to do so out of consideration for Monsieur Gaufflet." "I ask your pardon, Monsieur Christian. She would have come to help anyone, no matter who, the moment that the life of a human being was at stake. But do not think of that now. Can't you learn whether these gentlemen are coming? For when all is said, I cannot see that the danger is over." "No, in fact," said Christian, collecting his ideas, "we are actually in danger. It is worth thinking about now that you are here. My God, why did you come?" And the young man, torn by conflicting emotions, was at the same time delighted because she had come, and tormented by the thought that she would perhaps be exposed to some terrible scene. Besides, would not the presence of these two young girls in Stolberg aggravate the difficulties of their situation in another respect? Might it not serve as the exact pretext that was wanting for an open invasion? Although Countess Elveda was a careless and heartless guardian, it was quite possible that she would notice her niece's absence, if she had not already done so, that she would have her sought for, followed. Who could say? "One thing is certain," said Christian, "and that is that she must not be seen here." He thought of conducting her and her companion to Stenson's guard, where no one would have thought of looking for them, but the enemy perhaps were using Stenson's dwelling at this very moment as a post of observation. In the midst of all these perplexities, Christian, who replied in a very distracted manner to Monsieur Gaufflet's agitated questions, formed a resolution that he did not impart to anyone. This was to quit the apartment and face the dangers by which he alone was threatened, either in the passages of the old chateau or on the lake. For this purpose he provided himself with a lantern, so as to make as much show as possible in the fog, and went out without a word. He hoped that Monsieur Gaufflet would not notice his absence immediately, but he had scarcely crossed the threshold of the door when Margaret started up, crying, "Where are you going?" "Yes, where are you going, Christian?" cried Monsieur Gaufflet, hurrying after him. "Do not go out alone." "I am not going out," answered Christian, slipping rapidly out of the bare room. "I am going to see whether the second door, that opening on the court, is fastened." "What is he doing?" said Margaret to Monsieur Gaufflet. "Are you not afraid?" "No, no," answered the lawyer. "He promised to be prudent." "But I hear him drawing the bolts of the second door. He is opening them." "He is opening them? Oh, then, our friends have come." "No, no, he is going out. I am certain of it." And Margaret started up involuntarily as if to follow Christian. Monsieur Gaufflet stopped her, and making a sign to Peterson not to leave the women, he tried to pursue him himself. But Christian had already fastened the outer door so as to prevent this very thing, and was running towards the main entrance of the court, calling Larson in a loud voice and holding himself on guard in case he should be attacked by the assassins. Suddenly a ball aimed at him struck the lantern he was holding out of his hand, and left him enveloped in the white darkness, which the light of the moon could not penetrate, and which was clinging like a shroud to the earth. At the sound of the pistol shot, a terrible oath escaped Monsieur Gaufflet, who was excessively alarmed about his young friend. Martina uttered a cry, Margaret sank into a chair, and Peterson ran up to the lawyer. By their united efforts, they might have succeeded in opening the door, but they did not understand each other. Peterson, who was devoted to his young mistress, was thinking only of preventing the malefactors from entering, and did not suspect that Monsieur Gaufflet, on the contrary, wanted it thrown open so as to fly to Christian's assistance. During the delay caused by this misunderstanding, the good lawyer swore roundly, while Christian, delighted at being free to act at last, rushed upon one of the brigands, the first he found in his path. The latter fled. Deceived by the fog, he had not supposed him so near, and Christian pursued him with shouts of insult and defiance, while he, in his turn, was followed swiftly and silently by another of the party. He heard the assassin's steps plainly audible on the crisp, hard snow behind him, and through the ringing in his ears, for he was in a great rage, and the blood was coursing through his veins at a tremendous rate, it seemed to him that he could hear other steps and other voices approaching from the right and left. He could not doubt that he was surrounded, and without losing his presence of mind, he rushed after his first assailant with more fury than ever, with the idea that it would not do to turn until he had disposed of him, since he might attack him from behind while he was facing the others. Besides, he did not lose sight of his resolution to remove the struggle as far as possible from Stolberg. He descended in this way the steep declivity leading to the lake, whose rapid descent alone indicated to him the direction in which he was going, for he could see nothing. But just as he stepped upon the smooth, hard ice of the lake, there were several reports behind him. Balls whistled close to his ear, and the man he was pursuing fell at 2 steps before him. Either the fugitive had been mistaken for him by his accomplices, or the latter had fired upon them both at random, thinking perhaps that their companion deserved to be shot for having taken flight. The man who had just been struck was Mazzarelli. At the moment that Christian strode over him, he was uttering a last groan of agony, and he recognized his voice. He ran on so as to gain time and make the most of his position, while the assassins collected about Mazzarelli, or at least stopped to look at him so as to see who they had killed. Pausing to listen, he heard these words, "Let him lie. That is all right." What did that mean? Had the assassins mistaken Mazzarelli for their proposed victim, and were they going to withdraw? Or had they recognized their mistake, and would they continue to pursue him? By making rapid zigzags on the ice, he hoped to get rid of them one by one, and he tried to make out from their steps and voices how many he had to contend with. He had, without thinking, kept on the soleless and seamless felt boots which had been lent him in the morning for the hunt, and this afforded him an immense advantage. Perfectly supple, he could move about in them freely as if his feet were bare, and besides, they made scarcely any sound upon the ice, while he could hear every step of his companions, who were not so well shod for the occasion. He listened once more. They were approaching him, but they did not see him, and seemed uncertain. Not 10 steps off, he heard these brief words, "Hey, it is I." Since they were meeting unexpectedly in the fog, they must have got separated. From that moment, nothing would have been easier than to escape them. Christian did not even think of such a thing. He was furious, and he wanted moreover to prevent the scoundrels from returning to seek him at Stolberg. He called to them in a loud voice, naming himself and defying them, drawing back scarcely at all, but tacking about so as to irritate and draw them asunder. His hope was to come up with one of them without allowing himself to be surrounded by all, and he had his wits about him so completely that he succeeded before long in counting them. There were 3 of them still. Mazzarelli had made the 4th. In spite of his astonishing self-possession, Christian was tremendously excited, and mingling with other emotions, he was conscious of a wild, fierce delight, like the intoxication of a gratified vengeance. So strong was this feeling that he felt almost disappointed when he heard still other steps behind him, steps as soft as his own, which he at once recognized as those of his companions, who were shod like himself in felt boots. He was afraid that the bandits would make their escape without fighting. He ran to meet his friends and whispered quickly, There are 3 of them. We must take them prisoners. Follow me in silence." Turning instantly, he advanced in a straight line upon the enemy, and stopping near where he supposed them to be, shouted out his name again, and mocked and jeered at them for their awkwardness and cowardice. Just then, one of the bandits wounded him in the arm with a dagger, and fell at his feet, stunned and suffocated by a blow which Christian gave him full in the breast, with the handle of his Norwegian knife. Christian was only slightly wounded thanks to his reindeer skin coat, and he thanked heaven for having enabled him to resist his desire of serving the bandit as he had done the bear on the mountain. It was very important to capture one, at least, of the Baron's bravos living. The two others, concluding that all was lost with the loss of their chief, ran up to each other, but only to exchange a slang confession of defeat and flight. A despairing suave capote, but they did not take into account the major and lieutenant who were watching them, and who seized one while only the third escaped. "For the love of heaven, are you wounded, Waldo?" said the major, while Christian assisted him to disarm the bandits. "No, no," replied Christian, who would have not felt his wound at all but for the warmth of the blood that filled his sleeve. "Have you any cords?" "Yes, certainly, enough to hang them all if we had the right. We had fully resolved to make these fine gentlemen prisoners. But if you are not too much out of breath, Christian, give a blast on this trumpet to try and bring up our other friends, whom we have been waiting for and seeking for the last hour. Stay, here is the instrument." "We had better fire off our guns," said Christian. "No, no, there is plenty of firing already. Blow the trumpet, I tell you." Christian did as he was requested, but the corporal was the only person who joined them. "You see," said the major to Christian, "our promenade must have the appearance of a chance excursion during which we have been lost and have been looking for each other." "I do not understand you." "It must be so, I tell you, for a few hours, so that the Baron may not suspect the issue of the affair too soon and send against you the other rogues whom, no doubt, he has in reserve. As for him," he added in a low voice, "his turn will come. Do not fear." "His turn has already come," replied Christian. "I will take charge of that." "Softly, softly, my dear friend. You have no authority to act in this matter. That is my business, and now that we have a certainty, now that we have proofs, I am fully resolved to take rigorous measures. However, we cannot proceed against a noble and a member of the Diet without orders from higher quarters, but do not doubt that we will obtain them. What you have to do for the moment, my dear friend, is to obey me, for I call upon you in the name of the laws, and in the name of honor, to lend me such assistance as I may require, according to the orders that I may give you." Monsieur Gaufflet now ran forward with his head bare, a torch in one hand and a sword in the other. He had got out through the door of the guard-room after persuading the two young girls, but not without difficulty, for they were both of them alike fearless for themselves, and solicitous about the absent, to remain shut up in the bare room under Peterson's protection. "Christian, Christian," he cried, "is this the way that you keep your word?" "I forgot everything, Monsieur Gaufflet," replied Christian in a low voice. "It was too strong for me. How could I wait there until they came to break down the doors and fire upon the women? But no matter, we are victorious. Return to Margaret and reassure her." "Yes, I will go at once," replied the lawyer, sneezing, "especially as I am catching a frightful cold. I hope," he added aloud, "that these gentlemen are coming to see us." "Yes, certainly that was the agreement," replied the major, "but we must first attend to our duties." Monsieur Gaufflet went to reassure the ladies, and the other men proceeded to have Mazzarelli's corpse removed. They obliged the two prisoners to carry it to one of the cellars of the guard, keeping them within range of their pistols in case they should show any disposition to take flight. The prisoners were then firmly bound and conducted to Stenson's kitchen, where the lieutenant and corporal made a fire and installed themselves to keep them in sight, while the major prepared to examine them in Christian's presence. Christian lost all his patience at seeing them proceeding so regularly in an affair which the major seemed to understand better than he did himself. However, the major explained to him that with such an adversary as the Baron, it was not so easy as he thought to prove even an obvious and recognized fact. And then he added, "I regret to see that we are somewhat deficient in witnesses. Monsieur Gaufflet only saw the conclusion of the affair. We find here neither Monsieur Stenson nor his nephew nor your servant. I hoped that we should be in greater force to defend you and to prove the fact de visu. The adjutant and the 4 soldiers whom I have sent for have yet reappeared. Though our bostellis and the torps of the soldiers are very near, the fog is so thick that several hours may pass before we have 8 men here under arms." "But what need of 8 men to guard 2? Do you suppose, Christian, that the Baron is going to remain quiet when, for the first time, one of his diabolical combinations has failed? I do not know what he will resolve upon, but you may be very sure that he will make an attempt of some kind, even if he should try to burn down Stolberg. That is why I have resolved to pass the night here, so as to be in position, with the help of my soldiers, to seize the other bandits, who will probably arrive before long, either with offers of service or otherwise. The greater number of the Baron's foreign footmen are nothing more than a band of thieves and assassins, and we must try and seize them all in some flagrant misdemeanor. Then I can guarantee that the magistracy will venture to pursue rigorously this powerful noble, and that he will be left without resources, since his peasants hate him too much to offer him any assistance. If we proceed in any other way, you may be sure that we should be the losing party. The Baron would deny having had any responsibility in the matter, or would find means to effect the escape of our prisoners. You would pass for an assassin, and we should pass for visionaries, or at least for young officers without experience, taking the part of a guilty man and arresting honest people, for you can rely upon it that these two bravos are well trained. I'm going to examine them, and you will see that they know how to tell their story. I wager that they have learned their lesson and know it by heart." In fact, the two bandits replied impudently that they had come by order of the Baron to conduct the man with the marionettes, who was late with his performances, to the chateau, that the latter, seeing among them one of his old comrades against whom he had a grudge, rushed in pursuit of him and killed him. He had then insulted and challenged the others, and the one who had wounded Christian declared that he had done so by mistake, while trying to seize a furious madman. "So furious," he added, "that he has broken my breastbone, and that I am spitting blood." "You see," said Christian to the Major, "that I failed in my duty towards these gentlemen in not allowing myself to be assassinated." "And you will see," replied Larson, "that the assassins will escape the gallows. According to our laws, capital punishment can only be inflicted upon criminals who confess. These fellows know this well, and however absurd their defense may be, they will stick to it. Your cause, perhaps, will not be as good as theirs. This makes it necessary for us to be doubly on our guard, for do not doubt, Christian, that we shall remain with you and stand by you through it all." "Oh, Christian has a very good cause," said Monsieur Gaufflet, who had come to listen to the examination, and who, now that it was concluded, was conducting his guest to his apartment, which he called his Bear Manor. "We should have plenty of weapons against the Baron if we could succeed in freeing old Stenson, who has been carried, whether he would or not, to the chateau. You must help us, gentlemen, to accomplish it." "That would be quite out of my power, Monsieur Gaufflet," said the Major. "The charlatan is judge on his own domain, and consequently in his own house. I do not know what Monsieur Stenson's case can have in common with Christian's, but my advice is not to complicate this affair with any other. Above all things, I should like to know whether Christian has chanced to find a gold goblet in his ass pack-saddle, which the Baron, like Joseph of old, wishing to try his brothers, but I presume with much less pacific intentions, ordered to be placed there." "Upon my word," said Christian, "I don't know anything about it. Let us go and see." They went to the stable, where they found Puffo pale and trembling in a corner. They searched him and found the goblet about him. He begged for mercy and confessed after his fashion. An hour before he had seen Master Johann, he said, "Bring this precious object there," and had guessed what his design was. Not supposing that he was watched, he had resolved to take it so as to carry it back to the chateau and prevent his master from being accused of a theft of which he was innocent. But when he tried to go out, he found that the stable door was fastened, and in spite of all his efforts, he had been unable to open it, which was the reason that he had not gone to his master's assistance during the combat. In consequence of these very suspicious statements, the Major ordered Puffo to be bound like the rest, and conducted to the guard where Peterson, summoned to lend assistance, had taken the place of the officers in watching the three prisoners. The gold goblet was taken in triumph by Monsieur Gaufflet and placed upon the table of the bear room. Meanwhile, Martina Ackerstrom ran to meet her betrothed without the slightest fear of what people would say, and without being the least embarrassed by the presence of the Major and the corporal. The good and simple-hearted child, who was making tea for those poor gentlemen who must be so cold, had now only two causes of anxiety: the uneasiness that her absence might be occasioning her parents, and the want of sugar for her tea. She requested to have someone sent to the new chateau to reassure the authors of her being, and to bring back some sugar. Niles, who had been waked by the noise around him, and who was very much delighted at beholding so much fine company, was able to gratify good Martina as to the latter point, for the child had an excellent reason for knowing where the sugar was to be found, which Euphelius had brought in the morning. But it was not so easy to comply with her first request. They had no messengers, and the Major, besides, was anxious to take down forthwith Martina's deposition, together with that of the lieutenant, in regard to the conversation between the bandits, which they had overheard 2 hours before at the entrance to the tower of the new chateau. As this was the all-important point in the affair, he required them to repeat the whole conversation with the utmost accuracy, and, as he wrote down their statement, he expressed his regret that the third witness, Countess Margaret, was not present to add on her signature. Margaret was in the guard-room where Christian, who had hurried on in advance for the purpose, had begged her to go, so that she need not be seen by the young officers, in whose eyes there would not have been the same excuse for her presence as for Martina's, the plausible and in Sweden sacred excuse of having come out of anxiety for the safety of her betrothed. But the young countess, who was standing close to the door, heard that her assistance was required, and knowing well that she need have no fear of being slandered or misjudged by any of the persons present, all of whom were known to her, threw the door open and came in. She was eager to swear, as well as the others, that the accusation of theft which the infamous Baron had intended to bring against Christian was a conspiracy that had been announced beforehand in her presence, and to sign her name to the statement to this effect. On seeing her, the Major and the Lieutenant could not repress an exclamation of surprise, but Monsieur Gaufflet, with his usual presence of mind, undertook to explain everything. Mademoiselle Ackerstrom could not have come alone, he said. She had no one to accompany her, and the officers had charged her so strictly to keep perfectly silent as to the affair that she could not venture to take any other escort than the servant of Countess Margaret, who was in the secret as well as herself. Naturally, Countess Margaret had wished to accompany her friend, whom Peterson otherwise might have objected to escorting on account of the bad weather. Monsieur Gaufflet, once launched, brought forward a number of good reasons of a similar character to prove how natural it was that she should have come. Martina, with her primitive simplicity, might perhaps have said that he did not understand what had really happened, and so far was she from suspecting Margaret's predilection for Christian that she would have infallibly have done so if she had not been absorbed in the all-important duty of serving tea and even porridge with the assistance of Niles, who moreover had discovered in the garde the dishes intended by the absent Euphelius for his uncle's supper, and that of the guest of Stolberg. The gloomy, bare room, therefore, presented for the moment a tranquil scene, which formed a wonderful contrast to its previous aspect, one of those eternal contrasts which nature and destiny are constantly presenting in every life. Now agonies, struggles, dangers, and the very next moment a home circle, a repast conversation. However, Monsieur Gaufflet and Martina were the only two of the company who sat down to their supper. The others swallowed a few mouthfuls standing, and in great haste, while impatiently awaiting either for new events to occur or for a reinforcement which would enable them to form new resolutions. It is certain that every person in this singular gathering had cause for great anxiety. Margaret asked herself whether she would not be missed and sought after by her aunt in consequence of the necessary change in the programme of the evening's entertainment at the new chateau occasioned by the absence of the Burattini, and whether Mademoiselle Potine herself would not share her surprise and alarm on learning of the continued absence of Martina, with whom she had left her. Martina did not take the anxiety of her family so much to heart. Thoroughly practical and unimaginative, she said to herself that the chateau was very large, that her mother trusted her implicitly, and being herself very fond of cards, was not in the habit of looking after her when she went hither and thither from hall to hall with her young companions. And lastly, that the soldiers might arrive at any moment, when she would be once more at liberty. But when she thought how small a number of defenders Stolberg had, she felt for the moment very anxious about her lover, and thought the reinforcement very slow in arriving. Christian, in his anxiety for Margaret, scarcely thought about his own perils. The Major was uneasy both for Christian and for himself. He continually repeated aside to the lieutenant that he did not consider the affair at all in a proper shape to be brought before a court. The lieutenant was troubled because the Major was so, and as for Monsieur Gaufflet, he was greatly alarmed about old Stenson, and his apprehensions about him led him back to his inward cogitations about Christian's birth and destiny. The situation, in short, was not reassuring for any of them, when at last they heard a knocking and ringing at the door of the court. The officer and soldiers they were waiting for had perhaps arrived, but there was an equal chance that it was a second band of bravos, dispatched by the Baron to assist or deliver the first. The Major and the Lieutenant loaded their pistols and rushed out, ordering Christian, with the legal authority with which they were clothed by their position, to remain behind them and make no movement until at their command. Then Larsen, at the risk of being struck down by the scoundrels whom he wished to arrest, resolutely opened the door of the court himself, and on doing so recognized with joy his friend the adjutant and the 4 soldiers who lived nearest to his cantonment. From that moment he was safe. The Baron was of course impatient to learn the issue of his scheme, and on receiving no intelligence in regard to it, he would not fail to send a new band of his foreign footmen to discover what had happened, but they would now be prepared to receive them. The adjutant made his report, which was brief. He had got lost with his men and had only discovered Stolberg by accident at last, after wandering for a long time in the fog. As far as he could judge, he had not met anyone during the whole time. If this had happened, it had been without his knowledge. However, he added, the fog is beginning to lift about the shores of the lake, and in less than a quarter of an hour it will be quite possible to make a round. Moreover, as the noise of the fanfares and fireworks has entirely ceased at the chateau, we can distinguish now the slightest sound from without. It will be all the easier to make a round, replied the Major, since we have with us a man of the country, a certain Peterson, who has the divining instinct of the peasants, and who, even now, could lead you anywhere. But wait a while longer. Stand sentinel at the 2 outer gates in profound silence, and keep well concealed. Close the doors of the pavilion of the guard. See that the prisoners are well guarded and threaten them with death if they speak a word, but let this be merely a threat. The one dead man on our hands is one too many. We may be held responsible for his death ourselves. End of section 33.
Section 34 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 18. The brave and prudent Major had just made these arrangements when a shadow passed so close to him, just as he was groping his way back to the bare room to continue his examination, for he had yet to receive M. Giafil's opinion, a most important one, about all that had happened in relation to Christian. This shadow moved with an uncertain step, and the Major resolved to follow it, and did so until encountering the wall of the dungeon, it began to swear in rather a mild voice, which Christian recognized as that of Olaf Boistoy, the son of the Danneman. "Whom do you want to see, my child?" he said, taking him by the arm. "And how is it that you have come here instead of returning to your house?" As he spoke, they all three entered the bare room together. "Faith, if you had not been there," said Olaf to Christian, "I should have been a long time looking for the door. I know the outside of Strollberg well. I could come to it with my eyes shut, and I don't know anything about the inside. I have never been here in my life before. You can suppose that I could not return to the mountain right off in this cursed weather." At last it began to brighten a little, and after passing 2 hours at the Major's Bostoil, I set out on foot, lest my father should be uneasy. But first of all I wanted to bring back a portfolio which you left in the sleigh. Herr Christian, here it is. I have not opened it. Whatever was in it you will find as you left it. I did not wish to entrust it to anyone, for my father has often told me that papers are sometimes more precious than money. And Olaf, in concluding, handed Christian a portfolio of black morocco, which he did not recognize at all. "It is yours, perhaps," he said to the Major. "It may have been in the coat that you lent me." "No, I never saw it before," replied Larsen. "Then possibly it belongs to the lieutenant?" "Oh no, indeed," cried Martina. "He has no portfolios, except those that I embroider for him." "It is easy to find out at any rate," said the Major. "He is close by, in the guard." "Wait a moment," cried M. Giafil, who was always on the breach with his fixed idea. "Did you not tell me, Christian, that you had upset the Baron this evening on returning from the hunt?" "I told you that the Baron had overturned me, and was upset himself in the consequence," replied Christian. "It is all the same thing," rejoined the lawyer. Whatever was in the 2 sleighs must have rolled pell-mell together on the road, and this—" "It belongs to the physician, I wager," said Christian. "Leave it here, Olaf. We will send it to him." "Give it to me," resumed M. Giafil, in a brief, authoritative tone. "The only way of finding out to whom an anonymous portfolio belongs is to open it, and that shall be my duty." "You assume the responsibility, Monsieur Giafil?" said the scrupulous Major. "Yes, monsieur," replied M. Giafil, opening the portfolio, "and I call upon you to witness what I do. You are here to examine the facts of a lawsuit, which it will perhaps be my mission to plead. Here is a letter from Mem Nohant to his master. I know his writing, and at the first glance I see in it, 'The man with the marionettes, Guido Messerelli, the Chamber of Roses.' Ah, indeed, the Baron, like the Senate, assumes the privilege of having his own. Major, this document is very important, and the other perhaps, for there are 2, is still more so. Your commission requires you to acquaint yourself with them." "May I go?" said the young Danman, who, like the peasants of all countries, was terribly afraid of the law, and who, accordingly, as soon as he began vaguely to understand that the examination for his suit was going on, wanted to make his escape, lest he should be involved in it by having to give his testimony. "No," replied the Major, "you must remain and listen." He turned to Margaret and Martina, who were whispering together about the possibility of returning to the new chateau, and laid the same injunction upon them. "I beg and require you," he said, "to remain also and listen. Our opponent is very powerful, and we may be accused of having forged false proofs. In this case, documents have been placed in our hands in your presence, and you must learn their contents at the same time with ourselves." "No, no," cried Christians, "these ladies must not be mixed up in a lawsuit." "I am grieved that it must be so, Christian," replied the Major, "but the laws are stronger than we, and I shall do what they require me to do rigorously. A man has been killed this evening whom it would certainly be more to our advantage to hold alive. I know that you had nothing to do with this, and that you yourself were wounded in the scuffle in which he perished. You are passionate, you are brave and generous, but you are not prudent in what concerns yourself. As for me, I tell you that this affair may lead you to the scaffold, because you acknowledge honestly having given provocation to your enemies, while the rogues deny insolently their part in the transaction. Let us read then, and neglect no means of making the truth triumph." "Yes, yes, Major, read, I am listening," cried Margaret, who had turned pale as she looked at Christian's bloody sleeve. "I will testify, no matter at what cost." Christian would have refused to take advantage of the devotion of this noble girl, and he could ill endure the authority which the Major assumed over her. The Major, however, was right, and Christian felt this, since in this affair the honor of the officer was at stake no less than his own. He seated himself brusquely and covered his face with his hands to conceal and repress the vehement emotions by which he was agitated, while the Major read in a loud voice the journal of Master Johann, written by himself and sent to the Baron during the hunt. "This seems to me a very mysterious document," he said, on concluding it. "It proves a deep-laid plot against Christian, but you cannot understand," said M. Geoffol, who, while the Major was reading, had rapidly glanced through the second paper contained in the portfolio. "Such hatred against an unknown, without name, without family, and without fortune, on the part of the high and mighty Seigneur the Baron de Valdemora. Well, for my part I understand it perfectly, and since we see the effect, it is time to know the cause. Here it is. Lift up your head, Christian de Valdemora," added M. Geoffol, striking the table with energy. "For heaven has led you here, and old Stenson was right in saying, 'The wealth of the sinner is laid up for the just.'" During the silence that followed, for all were struck dumb with amazement, M. Geoffol read aloud what follows. "Declaration entrusted by me, Adam Stenson, to Taddeo Manasses, merchant born in Perugia, to be delivered up to Christian on the day when the circumstances herein mentioned shall permit. Adelstan Christian de Valdemora, son of the noble Seigneur Christian Adelstan, Baron de Valdemora, and the noble lady Hilda de Blixen, born the 15th of September 1746 in the castle of Stolborg, in the chamber called that of the Bear, on the domain of Valdemora, province of Dalla Carlia. Secretly confined to the care of Anna Bestoy, wife of the Daneman Karl Bestoy, by me, the undersigned Adam Stenson, and by Carien Bestoy, daughter of the above named, and confidential waiting woman of the deceased Baroness Hilda de Valdemora, née de Blixen. The said infant suckled by a tame doe, and brought up in the house of the said Daneman Karl Botsoy, on the mountain of Blackdal, until the age of 4 years, where he passed for the son of Carien Botsoy, who, out of devotion for her deceased mistress, consented to be thought bewitched and in communication with evil spirits, and who thus preserved the child, of whom she called herself the mother, from the pursuit of his enemies. The said child carried away by me, Adam Stenson, to withdraw it from suspicions by which his safety was beginning to be compromised, in spite of the precautions hitherto taken, was taken by me, the undersigned, to Austria, where I have a married sister who can testify to having seen me arrive at her house, with a child named Christian, speaking the Dalecarlian language. And by the advice of my very faithful friend and confidant Taddeo Manasses, of the religion of the Old Testament, and formerly well known in Sweden, under the name of Manasses, and very highly esteemed by his lordship the late Baron Adelstan de Valdemora, as a man of his word, and of discretion and honesty in his business, the trading in objects of art of which the said Baron was a great amateur. I, the undersigned, went to the city of Perugia in Italy, where then resided the above-mentioned Manasses, and where during the carnival I presented myself, being masked, to the very honourable couple Silvio Goffredi, professor of ancient history in the University of Perugia, and Sophia Negrisoli, his legitimate wife, of the family of the illustrious physician of that name. And to them surrendered, confided, and as it might be said, gave the said Christian de Valdemoro, without making known to them his family name, his country, or the special reasons which had made me resolve to separate from him. In giving this well-beloved child to the above-mentioned Geoffredis, I believed that I was fulfilling the wish of the deceased Baroness Hilda, who desired that he should be brought up far from his enemies, by learned and virtuous people, who without any selfish motive would love them like their own son, and make him what he should be, in order to sustain worthily some day the name he is to bear and the rank he is to recover after the death of his enemies, the which death, according to the order of nature, ought greatly to precede his own. And in case the death of the undersigned should occur before that of the said enemies, the undersigned has charged Taddeo Manassas to make such inquiries as may be necessary, so that at the death of his enemies Christian de Valdemoro should be warned and put into possession of the present declaration, in faith of which, after having made a contract with my good friend Taddeo Manassas, who is never to lose sight of the said Christian de Valdemoro, who is to reside where he shall reside, and to come to his assistance if other protections shall fail him, who in case of serious illness threatening him with death, is to put another person sure as himself in his place, to fulfill the same duties, and finally who is to give once a year news of his welfare to the undersigned. The undersigned, wishing to keep his place in the Chateau de Valdemoro so as not to arouse suspicions, and to earn money to provide against coming emergencies, and the probable removals and journeys of Taddeo, and the eventual needs of the said child, quitted not without grief the city of Perugia, to return to Sweden the 16th of March 1750, believing and hoping to have done what was best to preserve from all danger, and to place in a happy and honourable situation the son of his deceased master and mistress. Adam Stenson. Witness Taddeo Manassas, sworn keeper of the paintings in the Exchange at Perugia. Speak, Christian, said MGFL to his young friend, who remained silent and stupefied. Everything must be verified. Was this Manassas really an honest man? I have no reason to doubt it, replied Christian. Did he not offer you assistance at one time on the part of your family? Yes, I refused it. Do you know his signature? Perfectly. He had several business transactions with M. Jeffrey. Look at this. Is it his handwriting? It is his handwriting. For my part, said MGFL, I recognize perfectly in the body of the document the hand and style of Adam Stenson. Will you be so good as to open this portfolio, Major, and verify the similitude? These are the accounts of his affairs, prepared and signed by the old steward at nearly the same period, that is to say, in 1751 and 1752. Besides, his writing has not changed, and his hand is still firm. Here is the proof of it. These 3 verses of the Bible written yesterday, and whose application, as interpreted by him, is quite evident and will be useful in evidence. The Major made the verification, but the whole affair, if not utterly enigmatical, still seemed to him very obscure. Had the Baron forged false documents to establish that his sister-in-law had left no heirs to contest his rights? He was quite capable of this, but MGFL had seen these documents. They were actually in his possession, having been confided to him by his father, whom he had succeeded. I have these documents at my house in Javala. In fact, replied MGFL, they have been verified by experts and are authentic, but has it not been fully proved at present that they were extorted from the Baroness Hilda by constraint or fear? Be calm, Christian, all will be explained. Stay, Major, here is another piece of evidence discovered yesterday in a dress which I will show you. A letter from Baron Adelstan to his wife. Read it and calculate the dates. The hope of maternity was confirmed on the 5th of March, perhaps after 2 or 3 months of uncertainty. The child was born on the 15th of September. The Baroness took refuge here during the first few days of the said month. She was probably kept a prisoner here, and she died on the 28th of December of the same year. Here is another proof. Look at this miniature. Look at it, Margaret Alveda. It is Count Adelstan, who certainly did not have it painted for the emergencies of his suit. The painter is celebrated, and he has dated and signed his work, and yet it is the portrait of Christian Waldo. The resemblance is striking. Lastly, look at this life-size portrait of the Count. The resemblance is quite as remarkable. This is not the work of a skillful artist, but he has rendered the hands faithfully, and you can see the bent fingers. Show yours, Christian. Ah, cried Christian, who was walking up and down the room in a state of extreme excitement, and who allowed M. Geoffol to seize his trembling hands. If Baron Olaus has made my mother suffer martyrdom, woe to him. These hooked fingers shall tear his heart from his breast. Let him wend to his Italian passion, said M. Geoffol, who had risen, fearing that Christian was going to rush out. He is a generous nature. I know him. I know his whole life. He must give voice to his grief and his indignation. Do not you understand? But have patience, Christian. The Baron perhaps has not been so criminal in the past as we suppose. We must learn all the particulars. We must see Stenson again. It is absolutely necessary, Major, that Stenson should be delivered and brought back here, and yet you will not consent to do it. You know perfectly well that I cannot, cried the Major, very much agitated and excited. I have no rights over the authority of the Seigneur, above all in the punishment of a domestic, and if the Baron wants to make this old man suffer, he will not want for pretext. Here the Major was interrupted by Christian, who could no longer restrain his impetuosity. What, he cried, do you not see that they shrink from nothing in that den? I understand too well what they mean by their chamber of roses, as they call it in bitter and horrible mockery. And that poor old man who has nothing left but his breath, that faithful servant who saved me from my enemies, as he says in his declaration, and who after that long and fatiguing journey has devoted to me a whole life of privation and labor silently endured, shall I leave him now to perish for me at this very hour in torment? No, it is impossible. You shall not hold me back, Major. I do not recognize your authority over me, and even if I must cut my way out from here, sword in hand, well, so much the worse. You would have it so. Silence, cried M. Geoffol, snatching from Christian's hand the sword which the young man had just seized from the table. Silence, listen. Someone is walking over our heads in the walled-up room. How can that be possible, said the Major, if it is really walled up? Besides, I do not hear anything. Nor do I hear any footsteps, replied M. Geoffol, but be quiet and look at the chandelier. They looked without speaking, and not only did they see the chandelier tremble, but heard also the faint jingling of the brass ornaments striking together, as they were shaken by some movement in the upper story. It must be Stenson, cried Christian. No one else can know the outside passages. But are there any? Said the Major. Who knows, replied Christian. For my part I think so, though I was not able to satisfy myself fully. I noticed a breach in the wall as high as to the second story, but that did not seem to me practicable. But hush, do you hear anything more? They listened and heard, or thought they heard, a door open, and then followed a faint knocking or scratching on the walled-up floor of the bare room. Had Stenson escaped from the hands of his enemies, and not daring to return to the guard by the court, which he would suppose to be in their hands, had he entered the dungeon by a passage known to himself alone? Was he calling his friends to his assistance, or giving them a mysterious warning that they might expect a new attack? The Major considered these conjectures chimerical, but before they could make any investigations, they were interrupted by the lieutenant, who entered with Danman Bostoy. Here is one of our friends, he said, who has come from our Bostoels, where he has been looking for his son. Is he not here? Yes, yes, my father, replied Olaf, who was very much alarmed at all that he had heard, and was quite pleased to see the Danman arrive. Were you uneasy about me? Uneasy, no, replied the Danman, who had just descended a dangerous mountain road in this frightful weather to look for his child, but considered it derogatory to his paternal dignity to acknowledge his solicitude. I knew that our friends would not let you start alone, but because of the horse, which might have been lamed. While the denman was explaining his anxiety after this fashion, the lieutenant made a communication to the major, by which the latter seemed very much struck. "What is the matter?" asked MGFL. "The matter is," replied Larsen, "that we have one and all of us given ourselves up to gloomy ideas that are making us very ridiculous." The lieutenant, while making his round, heard what seemed to be the lamentation of a human voice sweeping through the air, and the soldiers are so frightened at all that they have heard of the Grey Lady of Stolberg. But for their excellent discipline they would already have decamped. It is time to have done with these dreams, and since there is no way of penetrating into this walled-up room from within, we must examine the outside of the building carefully and see whether the brigands of the new chateau are not making use of this phantasmagoria at this very moment to entrap us in some way. Come with us, Christian, since you are convinced, you say, that there must be some means of climbing up there." "No, no," replied Christian, "it would take too long to look, and perhaps we should not find a practicable ascent after all. It will be surer and quicker to break down this wall. It is only to knock out the first brick." Even while talking, Christian had torn the great map of Sweden from its rings, and armed the hammer that he used in his scientific excursions. He attacked the partition under it with desperate vigor, sometimes striking the resounding brick surface with the square end of the instrument, and sometimes thrusting the sharp edge into the holes he had succeeded in making, pulling down violently great masses of the wall, welded together with mortar, and which fell with a hollow sound upon the sonorous staircase. It would have been useless to oppose him. He was possessed, driven on by a sort of fury that compelled him to escape from the inactivity to which he had been condemned. The strange suspicions he had already conceived that some person was imprisoned in this ruin returned to him like a nightmare. He was under such excitement that he was even ready to admit the truth of his superstitious ideas, to which MGFL had yielded belief in this very place, and to suppose that he had been summoned by a supernatural warning to discover the infernal secret which had enveloped his mother's dying moments with gloom and mystery. Stand out of the way," he cried to MGFL, who, impelled by a similar anxiety mingled with curiosity, was hurrying up every instant to the foot of the staircase. "If the wall should crumble and fall suddenly, I could not prevent it." In fact, the superadded partition, which extended over quite a large surface, was completely undermined by Christian's furious onslaught. It was giving way, tottering, falling in every direction. The intrepid assailant was covered with dust and seemed protected only by a miracle in the midst of a rain of bricks and cement. His friends dared not speak any longer. They scarcely dared to breathe. Every instant they thought to see him buried under the falling fragments or struck by some flying brick. A cloud enveloped him when he cried, "Victory! Here is the continuation of the staircase. Bring a light, Monsieur Jeffel." And without waiting he rushed into the darkness, and in the few seconds that elapsed he was groping for the door, which he found half open before him. The major had time to join him. "Christian," he said, holding him back, "if you have any friendship for me, any deference for my rank, you will let me go first. MGFL believes that we shall find here decisive proofs of your rights, and you cannot testify in your own cause. Besides, beware, these proofs may be of a character to make you shrink back with horror." "I will support the side of them," replied Christian, made desperate by this thought which was already his own. "I wish to know the truth, even if it could crush me. Go first, Osmond, it is your right, but I follow you, it is my duty." "No," cried MGFL, who together with the damnman and the lieutenant had rapidly ascended the staircase behind the major, and who threw himself resolutely before the door. "You shall not pass, Christian. You shall not enter without my permission. You are violent and I am obstinate. Will you lay your hand upon me?" Christian drew back, vanquished. The major entered with MGFL. The lieutenant and the damnman remained on the threshold. Between them and Christian, the major took a few steps into this mysterious chamber, which was scarcely lighted at all by the glimmering of the candle brought by MGFL. It was a large room finished with heavy woodwork like the bare room, but entirely empty, dilapidated, and 100 times more lugubrious than that apartment. Suddenly the major drew back and lowered his voice, so as not to be heard by Christian, who was standing so near the entrance. Look, he said to MGFO. Look, there, on the floor. It is true then, replied MGFO in the same tone. This indeed is horrible. Go on, Major, courage. We must know all. They approached the human form, which was lying at the end of the room, the body bent forward and apparently kneeling, the head leaning against the wainscot, as far as they could judge, for it was almost entirely concealed by the black and dusty veil with which the whole form was enveloped. It is she, it is the phantom I beheld, said MGFO, recognizing under this veil the grey robe, with its soiled and trailing ribbons. It is the Baroness Hilda, dead or a prisoner. It is a living person, said the Major, as he raised the veil with a hand trembling with emotion. But it is not the Baroness Hilda. This is a woman whom I know. Come here, Joe Botsoi. Come in, Christian. There is nothing here that you need fear to behold. It is only poor Corinne, swooning or asleep. No, no, said the Daneman, approaching his sister softly. She is not asleep, she is not fainting, she is saying her prayers, and her soul is in heaven. Do not touch her, do not speak to her until she rises. But how did she get here? Said MGFO. Oh, as to that, replied the Daneman, it is a gift. She has to go wherever she wishes, and to enter like the bird of the night through the cracks of the old walls. She goes without a thought into places where I have sometimes followed her, recommending my soul to God. For that reason I am never uneasy when she disappears from the house. I know that there is a virtue in her, and that she cannot fall. But see, she has finished praying within herself. She rises, she is going towards the door. She takes her keys from her belt. Those are keys which she has always kept like relics, and we do not know where they came from. Watch her, said MGFO, since she does not seem either to see us or hear us. What is she doing now? Oh, said the Daneman, that is a habit that she has, of trying to find a door when she comes up to certain walls. See, she rests the key upon it and turns it, then she sees that she is mistaken and goes further on. Ah, said MGFO, that accounts for the little circles traced on the wall in the bare room. Can I speak to her? Said Christian, who had approached Corinne. You can, replied the Daneman. She will answer you if your voice pleases her. Karine Botsoi, said Christian, what are you looking for here? Do not call me Karine Botsoi, she replied. Corinne is dead. I am the Vala of ancient days, she who must not be named. Where do you wish to go? To the bare room. Have they walled up the door already? No, said Christian. I will lead you there. Will you give me your hand? Go on, said Corinne. I will follow you. Do you see me then? What should prevent me from seeing you? Are we not in the land of the dead? Are not you poor Baron Adelstan? You have come to ask me for the mother of your child. I have just been praying for her and for him. And now, come, I will tell you all. And Corinne, who seemed suddenly to recognize where she was, passed through the door and went down the staircase into the bare room, where Margaret and Martina were terribly frightened by her appearance, although young Olaf, who had gone up to the door and heard all that was going on, had assured them that they had nothing to fear from the poor seeress. Do not be afraid of her, said Christian, who was following Corinne a little in advance of the two officers, MGFO and the Daneman, and who paused when she did near the young ladies. Watch all her movements, and try, as I am doing, to guess what she is dreaming about. Does she not seem to be rendering the last duties to a person who has just died? Yes, replied Margaret. She closes their eyes, she kisses their hands, and crosses them upon their breast. And now she weaves an imaginary crown and places it upon their head. Stay, she is looking for someone. Are you looking for me, Corinne? Said Christian to the seeress. Are you Adelstan, the good Earl? Replied Corinne. Ah well, listen and behold. You see that your well-beloved has ceased to suffer. She has gone to the land of the elves, the wicked Earl said. She shall die here, and she is dead. But he said also, if a son is born to her, it shall die first. But he counted without Corinne. Corinne was there. She received the child, she saved it, she gave it to the fairies of the lake, and the snowman never knew that it was born. And Corinne has never told her secret, even in fever and in grief. She speaks now because the belfry of the chateau is ringing for the dead. Do you not hear it? "Can it be true?" cried the major, opening the window in all haste. "No, I do not hear anything. She is dreaming." "If it is not ringing, it will not delay long," replied the Danaman. "Already this morning she heard it from our mountain. We knew that it could not be. But we knew also that she hears in advance as she sees in advance the things that are to be." Karen, feeling the air from the window, approached. It was here, she said. It was to this window that Karen Botswa brought the child, so that it should fly away. And she began to sing the refrain of the ballad that Christian had heard in the fog. "The child of the lake, more beautiful than the star of the evening." "Is that a song that your mistress taught you?" asked Mgiafol. But Karen did not seem to hear any voice but Christian's. Martina Ackerstrom replied for her. Yes, yes," she said. "I know that ballad perfectly well. It was composed by the Baroness Hilda. My father found it among the papers that were seized at Stolborg, and left at our house by his predecessor. There were also several Scandinavian poems, which the poor lady had translated into verse and set to music, for she was a very skilful musician. A real artist indeed. That was one of the things they brought against her to prove that she worshipped pagan gods. My father blamed the former minister very much for his conduct, and he has carefully preserved these precious manuscripts. Now, Karen," said Mgiafol to the seeress, who had fallen into a sort of quiet ecstasy, "have you nothing more to say?" "Leave me," answered Karen, who had entered into another phase of her trance. "Leave me. I must go into the Bogart to meet him who is to return." "Who told you so?" inquired Christian. "The stork who perches on the rooftop, and who bears to mother seated under the chimney corner news of their absent sons. That is why I put on the dress that my well-beloved gave me, so that he might at least see something of his mother. For 3 days I have been waiting for him. I have been singing to him to draw him hither. But at last he has come. I feel him near me. Bring bluebells, bring violets, and call old Stenson, so that he might rejoice before he dies. Poor Stenson!" "Why do you say poor Stenson?" cried Christian, terrified. "Did you see him in your vision?" "Leave me," replied Karen. "I have said." Now the Vala sinks again into the night. Karen closed her eyes and tottered. "That means that she wishes to sleep now," said the Danaman, receiving her in his arms. "I will seat her here, for she must sleep wherever she may be." "No, no," said Margaret. "We will lead her into the other room, where there is a large sofa. Poor woman! She is bursting with fever and exhausted with fatigue. Come." "But what was she doing overhead?" said Mgiafol, returning to the staircase and addressing the major, while the 2 young girls conducted the family of the Danaman into the guard room. "Nothing will get it out of my head that we shall find in this room, walled up by Stenson with so much care, some secret even more important, some proof even more unanswerable than the memories of Karen and the declaration of Stenson. Come, Christian, we must absolutely—" "But where are you, then?" "Christian," cried Margaret, returning hastily from the guard room. "He is not with us. Where is he?" "He has already gone up above," said the major, running up the wooden staircase. "Damnation!" cried Mgiafol, who ascended with Osmond into the walled-up room. "He has gone! He has slipped through this crack like an adder. Is not that he running along the wall? Christian!" "Not a word," said the major. "He is running along the edge of an abyss. Do not startle him. Now, I can no longer see him. He is lost in the fog. I should like to follow him, but I am larger than he. I could never pass through there." "Listen," rejoined Mgiafol. "He has jumped down. He is speaking. Listen." Christian's voice was distinctly audible in the silence of the night. He was saying to the soldiers, it is I. The major sends me to the chateau." "Ah, the foolhardy, the brave boy," cried Mgiafol. "He takes counsel only with his own heart. He has gone all alone to face his enemies and deliver Stenson." In fact, Christian had flown away, to use the Danaman's expression, like the bird of the night through the crack of an old wall. The name of Stenson, pronounced by Karen, had pierced his heart. "That he may rejoice before he dies," she had said, as her prophetic vision passed away. And would he indeed be doomed to die under the blows of his executioners? Were those heart-rending words one of the cruel, mocking delusions with which hope inspires us? Christian was imprisoned and his efforts paralyzed by the prudence of the major. A quarrel between them on the subject was imminent, and although he knew the danger of attempting to escape through the crumbling wall of the old tower, he preferred running this risk to measuring his strength with one of the excellent friends that Providence had sent him. When he had before seen this accidental opening in the wall, he was too far away and too much preoccupied to observe it closely. The fog was slowly dissipating, but the light was still vague and dim. However, Corinne had passed through it. "My God," he said, "let my devotion inspire me with the supernatural faculties which we sometimes see exerted in delirium." Knowing well that skill and caution would be of no use now, since he could not see 2 steps before him, the child of the lake, trusting to the continual miracle of his destiny, ran swiftly down a path by which he had not ventured to ascend during the day. End of section 34. Section 35 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand, Chapter 19. Christian reached the manor of Valdemora before the major, who set out at once to join him, but who had to put himself at the head of his little troop, and to give them orders had succeeded in making more than half the distance. He found the doors of the courts open, and the whole place brilliantly illuminated, as usual during the festivities. There was a great deal of bustle and confusion on the staircase, but of an unusual kind. No more beautiful ladies elegantly dressed, nor more handsome gentlemen with powdered hair, were now to be seen, moving gaily to and fro to the sound of Rameau's music, and exchanging as they met stately bows or gracious smiles. In their place were busy servants carrying trunks and making all haste to load sleighs. Almost all the visitors at the chateau were preparing to depart. Some were whispering in low voices in the corridors, while others had shut themselves up in their rooms to take a few hours' repose, after giving orders for the journey. What was occurring? Everyone was so agitated that Christian, booted with his head bare, his coat torn and stained with blood, and his hunting knife in his belt, was scarcely noticed. The servants made way for him instinctively, without asking themselves who was this belated hunter, taking them by storm in this way, and seeming resolved to knock them all down rather than be kept waiting a single second. Christian accordingly crossed the hunting gallery, where a number of persons with faces strangely agitated were wandering restlessly about. Among them he recognized several who had been pointed out to him at the ball as the Baron's presumptuous heirs. They seemed very much excited, were whispering together and anxiously watching a certain door, as if expecting every instant to see it thrown away by the bearer of some important intelligence. Without giving them time to observe him closely or to understand what he was doing, Christian crossed this door, which he concluded would lead to the Baron's apartments. But as he was passing through quite a long corridor, he heard horrible groans. He hurried on in the direction from which they came, and entering an open door, found himself in the presence of Stang Stadius, who was sitting quietly reading a paper by a little lamp with a shade, and who did not seem in the least disturbed by the fearful lamentations, which could be heard in this room even more distinctly than in the corridor. "What is that?" said Christian, seizing him by the arm. "Is it here that they torture people?" Christian's appearance was certainly rather formidable, especially as he had laid his hand upon his knife. The illustrious geologist started up in great terror, crying, "What is the matter? Whom do you want? Whom are you speaking of?" "The Baron's apartment," said the young man laconically, and with such a tone of authority that even Stang Stadius did not venture to discuss the matter further. "That way," he said, pointing to the left. Having thus replied, he returned to his reading, very glad to see Christian withdraw, and saying to himself that the Baron had strange bandits in his service, and that you met people in his rooms who you would not care to encounter in the middle of a wood. Christian crossed another room, and came to a door that was fastened. He forced it open with one violent thrust. He felt at that moment as if he could have broken down the gates of hell. A gloomy spectacle was presented to his view. The Baron, in frightful convulsions, was struggling in the agony of death. Around him stood Johann Jacob, the physician, and Pastor Ackerstrom, and it was all these four persons could do to keep him from throwing himself out of his bed and rolling on the floor. They were so entirely absorbed by the patient, who was in a terrible crisis of pain, that they did not hear Christian come in, notwithstanding the noise he made, and did not know of his presence until the dying man, whose face was turned towards him, cried, with an accent of anguish and terror impossible to describe, "There he is, there, my brother!" At the same instant his mouth contracted, his teeth clenched, cutting his tongue from which the blood spurted. He threw himself back so suddenly and violently that he escaped from the hands that were trying to hold him, and with his head thrown back, fell with a terrible crash against the wall of his alcove. He was dead! While the minister, the physician, and honest Jacob, all of them pale with terror, exchanged the solemn words, "All is over." Johann, who during the whole scene had preserved the most astonishing presence of mind, looked at Christian and recognized him. For the last hour he had been impatiently waiting to learn the result of the attempt at Stolborg, and had not been able to quit the dying man for a single instant. Christian's presence showed him that it had failed. Johann felt that he was lost. His only safety was in flight, even if he should return at a later day to submit to the new master of Valdemora, or to try and make away with him, with the assistance of the accomplices upon whom he could still rely. Whatever he might determine hereafter, he only thought now of escaping, but this was no longer possible. Christian was pressing too hard upon him. At the threshold of the door he seized him by the collar, and with such a vigorous grasp that the wretch, pale and suffocated, fell upon his knees, imploring pardon. "Stenson," said Christian, "what have you done with Stenson?" "Who are you, monsieur, and what are you doing?" cried the minister in a severe tone. "Is this a time, at this solemn moment, and in the presence of a man whose soul is even now appearing before the supreme tribunal, to commit deeds of violence?" While the minister was speaking, Jacob was trying to disengage Johann from Christian's grasp. But the young man's fearful excitement had increased his strength tenfold, and it would have required more than the combined strength of the three persons present to force him to release his prize. At the sound of the tumult, Stadius rushed in, leaving the passage free to the heirs, resolved to be satisfied as to the baron's real condition, and to the servants who had been on the watch and who hurried in to hear the dying man's last groan. "Who are you, monsieur?" repeated the minister, by whom Christian had allowed himself voluntarily to be disarmed, but without releasing his prey. "I am Christian Geoffol," he replied, as well as compassion for the poor heirs, as because he felt the necessity of being prudent in their company. "I come on the part of M. Geoffol, my relative and my friend, to demand old Adam Stenson, whom this wretch has perhaps assassinated." "Assassinated!" cried the minister, shrinking back in terror. "Oh, he is quite capable of it," cried the heirs, who were crowding in and who hated Johann. Without paying any further attention to the incident, they crowded around the dear deceased, stifling the poor physician with their numbers, assailing him with eager questions, and feasting their eyes upon the spectacle of the baron's hideously disfigured face, which still terrified them in spite of their joy. However, they moved aside with some deference to admit the impassible Stadius, who came with a glass to make the final test, while declaring right and left that the doctor was an ass who could not tell whether a man was dead or not. If Christian had not been so busy with his own affairs, he would have heard several voices exclaim, "Is there no hope?" in a tone that signified clearly enough, "Heaven grant that he is really dead." But Christian had no thought to bestow upon his inheritance. He wanted to see Stenson, and he demanded that Johann should produce him immediately, or should conduct him himself into the old man's presence. "Let the man go," said the minister. "You are strangling him. He is not in a condition to answer you." "I am not strangling him at all," replied Christian, who in fact had taken great pains not to endanger the fellow's life, since he was in possession of important secrets which he wished to discover. Meanwhile, the cunning Johann took advantage of M. Ackerstrom's kindness. Unwilling to reply, he pretended to faint. The minister blamed Christian for his brutality, and the servants, who one and all felt very uneasy about their own fate if the redressers of wrong should begin their office, seemed much more inclined to defend their comrade than to submit to the authority of an unknown. When a sufficient number of Johann's adherents had gathered around him to enable him to resume his audacity, he quickly recovered his consciousness and cried out in a resounding voice that was heard above the tumult of the apartment, "Monsieur Minister, I denounce an intriguant and an impostor, who has come here with an infernal forged romance to pass himself off as the only heir of the barony. You hate me," he added, addressing the heirs. "Very good. Give me up to his vengeance, and now that the master is dead, you will no longer have anyone to baffle the infamous machinations of Geoffrey. For he it is who has brought forward the Chevalier d'Industrie, and who boasts that he will make his rights prevail over all of yours." If a thunderbolt had fallen upon them, it could not have produced greater terror and consternation in the person's presence than Johann's words, but as he had anticipated, this first stupor was followed by a sudden reaction. Christian tried to speak, for the physician called upon him to justify or to explain himself, but his voice was drowned in a chorus of insults and maledictions. Drive him out ignominiously," cried the cousins and nephews of the deceased. "No, no," cried Johann, supported by his accomplices, who understood perfectly well that the day of revelations had come, and that it was necessary to reduce the avengers to silence. "Make him a prisoner. To the tower with him, to the tower." Yes, to the tower with him, bellowed the Baron de Lindenwald, who was perhaps the keenest in the hunt and the most rapacious of all the heirs. "No, kill him," cried Johann, venturing everything to gain his end. "Yes, kill him, throw him out of the window," echoed the infuriated group, frenzied by their diabolical passions. The chamber of the dead man had become the theatre of a tumultuous and scandalous scene. The servants rushed upon Christian, who could not defend himself, since the minister, with the best intentions in the world, had thrown himself before him, declaring that he would lose his own life rather than see a murder accomplished in his presence. The physician, Jacob, and two of the heirs, an old man and his young son, placed themselves also by Christian's side, out of respect for the minister and from their natural honor and good feeling. Stangstadius, hoping to calm the passions of the incensed assailants by the authority of his name and his eloquence, threw himself between them and this little group. But they took no notice of him, and crowded against Christian with such force that the young man, more impeded than assisted by his feeble champions, was pushed steadily, step by step, towards the window, which Johann had just thrown open. This wretch, with his eye on fire and mouth foaming with rage, never stopped for a single instant, vociferating threats and denunciations so as to prevent the terror and madness of this party from growing cold. As they looked upon this frightful man, who threw off at last his mask of hypocritical mildness and showed the tiger beneath, with all his bloodthirsty instincts, the minister and physician were struck with terror. Faint and trembling they recoiled, or rather fell back upon Christian, while two of the most determined blackguards among the servants seized him adroitly by the legs, for the purpose of lifting him up and throwing him out backwards. All would have been over with him in another moment, when Major Larsen, the lieutenant, the corporal, Geoffrey, and the 4 soldiers rushed into the room. "Obey the law," cried the major, going up to Johann. "In the name of the king I arrest you." Handing him over to Corporal Duff, he added, addressing the lieutenant, "Allow no one to leave the room." No one ventured to dispute the authority of an officer of the Indelta, and amid the silence that followed, occasioned both by fear and respect, Larsen gazed around him and saw the Baron motionless upon his bed. He approached, looking at him attentively, and took off his hat, saying, "Death is the messenger of God." Then he replaced it upon his head, as he added, "May God pardon the Baron de Valdemar." Several voices were now raised to implore the major's assistance in putting down intriguants and impostors, but he ordered all of them to be silent, declaring that the first explanation of the strange scene he had discovered on entering must be made by the minister. "Would it not be more suitable," rejoined the minister, "to listen to this explanation in another apartment?" "Yes," said the major. "Out of respect to the dead, we will go into the Baron's cabinet. Corporals, see that the persons present pass out in single file, and that no one remains or leaves the room by any other door. Monsieur Minister, will you be so good as to pass first with Dr. Stangstadius and the Baron's physician?" Christian pointed out the old Count de Nora and his son, who had tried so loyally to defend him, and the major allowed them to pass freely, and when questioning them in their return, showed them the greatest respect. The examination of facts was very minute, but as soon as it was completed, the major lost no time in complying with the wish of the impatient Christian and of MGFL. He ordered at once that old Stenson should be delivered from the tower, where Jacob declared that he had been grieved to see him conducted an hour before. Christian would have gone to him immediately, but the major forbade this, and without giving any explanation of his conduct, ordered that Stenson should be immediately taken back to Stolberg and reinstated in his residence with all possible respect, and without being allowed to communicate with any human being. Whoever should violate these instructions was threatened with the severest penalties. He then ordered Johann and 4 lackeys, who the minister declared had attempted Christian's life, to be taken to prison in Stenson's place. Those who had been contented with insulting him and who hastened to deny the fact were reprimanded and threatened with being handed over to justice in case the offense should be repeated. There was no danger of that, in spite of the small number of men with the major at this moment. Everyone felt that he had the law and right upon his side, as well as courage and determination. They took it for granted also from his bearing that he had sent word to his company, and that at any moment the Indelta might be represented in force at the chateau. In the absence of any other magistrate, for the deceased chatelaine, in virtue of his privileges, had assumed entire control of the canton, and for the present was left without a successor, the major called upon the minister of the parish and M. Geoffol to assist him, the one as possessing both civil authority and moral influence, and the other as a legal adviser. He had all the keys brought and entrusted them to Jacob, whom he appointed major domo and guardian of the chateau, assigning to him the special assistance of 2 soldiers, so that he might oblige the other servants to respect his authority in case of necessity. He entrusted the care of superintending the baron's obsequies to the physician, and declared that he would now immediately proceed with the minister M. Geoffol, the lieutenant, and 4 witnesses, to be appointed by the heirs to look for a will, although Johann had declared that the baron had made no will. The heirs, who were very much alarmed and irritated at first, became more tranquil when they saw that neither the major nor M. Geoffol nor Christian referred to a new competitor. There were about a dozen of them, all very badly disposed towards each other, although they had necessarily been very closely associated, since they had been equally eager to pay court to the baron, and exert a strict surveillance over the common prey. The old Count de Nora, the poorest of them all, was the only one who had preserved his dignity with his relatives, and his integrity in his relations with the baron. No will which the baron could have made would have affected Christian's rights. M. Geoffol's expressive looks and a few whispered words gave Christian to understand that they were instituting this search merely to quiet the rapacious band of heirs and gain time until they were ready to act openly. Christian comprehended also from the expressive silence of his friends about him that the time had not come to make himself known, and that for the moment his rightful claims and the accusations brought against him by Johann were to be equally ignored. The heirs, as may be supposed, had accepted his situation joyfully. Their fears were quite allayed by M. Geoffol's apparent indifference, which they regarded as a practical denial of Johann's assertions, and by the air of perfect security which Christian very naturally assumed from the moment that he was satisfied as to Stenson's fate. Christian seconded still further the wishes of his friends by declining to accompany them in their search for the will, and as his presence was no longer required in the cabinet, the examination being over, he went into the hunting gallery and soon forgot everything except his anxiety to find out what had happened to Margaret. Suddenly he saw Countess Alveda coming into the gallery. She recognized him while still at a distance and came to meet him. Ah, she said gaily, you have not gone, then, or you have returned, Monsieur Phantom. And in what a costume, to be sure! Have you just come from hunting in the middle of the night? Exactly, madame, replied Christian, who saw from the cheerfulness of Margaret's aunt how little she knew or cared about her niece's escapade. I have been hunting bears a long way off, and have returned only to hear of the event." "Oh yes, the Baron's death," said the Countess lightly. "It is all over, I trust, and one can venture to breathe again." "I have been very unfortunate for my part. From my rooms you could hear all his dying groans. I was obliged to take refuge with Olga, and that young person entertained me with a different sort of music. That poor girl is very nervous, and when I informed her that instead of seeing the marionettes we should be obliged either to start for our homes in the fog, or to remain in the house of a dying man until he would be good enough to give up the ghost, she fell into frightful convulsions. Those Russians are so superstitious. At last we are quiet again, but I am going to take my departure at once, notwithstanding, for I hear they are going to ring a great bell, which is only rung at the death or birth of the seigneurs of the domain. I shall make my escape, therefore, for it will be impossible to sleep, and that bell tolling for the dead would make me desperately gloomy. Isn't that it now?" "I think it is," replied Christian. "But don't you intend to take the Countess with you, your niece?" he added with the most perfect apparent frankness and simplicity. "I am really very stupid to be unable to recall her name." "You are very artful," replied the Countess, laughing. "You must have been courting her the other evening, since you challenged the Baron for her sake." "Ah, well, I am not at all shocked. Such things belong to your age, and after all I was by no means displeased by your boldness in defying the Baron, who was a very wicked man. You have good qualities. I am a judge, and I see now how unsuited to your character were the lessons in diplomacy and prudence that I gave you at our first meeting. You are in a different road, for there are two ways that lead to success: skill and courage. Good. You perhaps have chosen the shortest, that of the wrong-headed and audacious. You must go to Russia, my dear. You are handsome and bold. I have spoken to the ambassador about you, and he has plans for you. Do you understand me?" "Not the least in the world, madame." "Oh, it is plain enough. Orloff cannot remain in favor forever, and there are certain interests that may come into conflict with his. You understand now? So then, don't think of my niece, for you can aspire to a more brilliant fortune. And as of for the moment, you are nothing, not even M. Geofful's nephew, for he refuses to acknowledge you even for an illegitimate child. I warn you that I will have the door shut in your face if you come to my house with the foolish notion of pleasing Margaret. On the other hand, I shall expect to see you in Stockholm, so as to present you to the ambassador, who will take you into his service. Au revoir then, or stay, I will take you with me." "Really?" "Certainly I will. I can do so without the least inconvenience, since I am going to leave my niece here. Frightened by the groans of the dying man, she has gone to pass the night at the parsonage with her friend Mademoiselle Arkerstrom. Or at least that is what her governess pretends. It doesn't matter. Wherever the little coward has taken refuge, Mademoiselle Potin is to take her back to Dalby tomorrow, under the charge of Peterson, an old family servant. M. Stangstadius has promised me also to accompany them. The child will be heartbroken, for she flatters herself that she is coming with me to Stockholm. But she is still too young. She will do nothing but commit blunders in society. Her debut is put off until next year." "So," said Christian, "she must pass still another year all alone in her old manor? Ah, I see that she has been confiding her sorrows to you. It is a very touching story, and it is to save you from being afflicted with it that I shall carry you off in my sleigh. Stay, I will give you an hour to get ready, and will come for you in this gallery. Is it agreed?" "I am not at all sure," replied Christian boldly. "I warn you that I am very much in love with your niece." "Well, so much the better if it lasts," resumed the Countess. "When you have passed several years in Russia, and have won sufficient roubles and peasants and estates, I will not say no if you persist." The Countess withdrew, persuaded that Christian would be punctual at the rendezvous. She had no sooner disappeared than Mademoiselle Potin, who had been watching them, slipped up to Christian to remonstrate with him severely. She had been very anxious about Margaret, and had sought her everywhere. "Luckily," added the governess, "she has just come in with her friend Martina, whose mother, supposing her detained in our apartment, was not uneasy about her. But it troubles me to have to tell so many falsehoods to conceal Margaret's imprudences, and I declare to you that I will reveal everything to the Countess unless you give me your word of honor that you will leave the chateau and the country immediately." Christian comforted good Mademoiselle Potin by assuring her that she should have no further cause of displeasure, and well knowing how impossible it would be to comply with her wishes, he waited what was next to occur. At 1 o'clock in the morning the Major's company arrived, silently and with despatch. Information of the fact was given to him, and he declared the search for the will at an end. They found nothing, to the great satisfaction of most of the heirs, who preferred trusting to their legal claims rather than to the doubtful benevolence of the deceased. "Now, gentlemen," said the Major, "I must beg you to follow me to Stolberg, where I have reason to believe that a will has been confided to M. Stenson." They all rushed eagerly to the door of the room, but he detained them. "Permit me," he said. "Under the present circumstances, a very grave responsibility rests upon the Minister, upon M. Geoffol, and myself, and I must proceed with great rigor according to the duties of my office to call together as large a number of responsible witnesses as can be found, and to see that all things are conducted in an orderly and satisfactory manner. Be so good as to accompany me to the hunting gallery, where the other witnesses ought by this time to be assembled." In fact, in accordance with the Major's orders, all the guests at the new chateau had been requested to adjourn to the hunting gallery. This virtual command was very annoying to many of them, who were already all prepared for their departure, but the Indeltus spoke in the name of the law, and they submitted. Countess Alveda, eager to get off and always very active, was the first to appear. She found Christian asleep on the sofa. "What," she cried, "is that your way of making ready for a journey? And what are you doing here?" she added, addressing Margaret, who came in with her governess. "I am sure I don't know," replied Margaret. "I am obeying a general order." Soon after Olga arrived, and then followed the minister's family. M. Stangstadius, the ambassador, and his suite, in a word, all the guests assembled at Valdemora, and most of them in very ill humor at having been detained at the very moment of starting, or else at having been aroused from their sleep. They grumbled bitterly and railed against the gloomy bell, which might have been let alone, they said, until everyone had gone. "But what is the matter? What do they want with us?" cried the dowagers. "Has the Baron given orders that we are to keep on dancing here after his death, or are we condemned to see him laid out on his bed of state? For my part, I had rather be excused. How do you feel?" "Who is that young man who has just gone out?" said the ambassador to Countess Alveda. "Is it not our young adventurer?" "Yes, that is our adventurer," she answered. "Someone just handed him a note. It seems that the order by which we are detained does not apply to him." In fact, Christian had received a few lines from M. Geoffol to the following effect: "Return to Stolberg and dress yourself quickly in the costume that you wore at the ball last evening. Wait for us in the bare room, clear up the rubbish on the staircase, and conceal the breach in the wall with the maps." Tea and coffee were served to the company in the hunting gallery, and in about a quarter of an hour all the persons designated by the Major and the Minister, together with the Baron's heirs and a large number of the servants and principal vassals of the domain, proceeded to Stolberg, where Christian, suitably attired, did the honors of the bare room, with the help of Nils, the Danemans, father and son, the Ulfilas, who had been set at liberty after a few hours' imprisonment. We may as well say, in passing, that Ulfilas never knew why this punishment had been inflicted upon him by M. Johann. He never understood, either before or during or after the occurrence of the events we have narrated, the drama enacted in Stolberg. End of chapter 19.
Section 36 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Chapter 20, Part 1. When the company was assembled, the Major laid before them all the particulars of the scheme for Christian's assassination. The prisoners were summoned to appear, and comprehending that their cause was lost in consequence of Johann's imprisonment and the Baron's death, They defended themselves so poorly that their denials were equivalent to a confession. Puffo acknowledged frankly that he had been commissioned to put the gold goblet in his master's baggage, and that Monsieur Johann had paid him to do it. "At present," said the avaricious and haughty Baron de Lindenwald, who was the nearest cousin of the deceased, "we are quite willing to sign a formal report declaring the truth of the accusations brought against Monsieur Johann, but on condition that we are excused from judging the conduct and intentions of the Baron, his master. There is something barbarous and impious in making these investigations for the purpose of bringing a suit against a man who has not yet been laid in the tomb, and who, stretched upon his deathbed, cannot reply to any accusations. In my opinion, gentlemen, it is too late or too soon for such measures, and we ought to refuse to hear anything more. What to us is the individual who is taking all these precautions to satisfy his vengeance against servants for whom nobody cares, and the memory of a man whom we can each of us entertain his own opinion, without, I trust, being called upon to revile him in public. We were told about a will, of which nothing more is said, and as it is easy to see that we have been intentionally deceived in this matter, I, for one, am resolved to withdraw, and no longer to submit to the authority usurped by a petty officer of the Indeka. I am not the only one here whose privileges are disregarded at the present moment. And when such things happen, you know as well as I do, gentlemen, what is the right thing to do." While speaking, the Baron de Lindenwald laid his hand upon the hilt of his sword, and as the other heirs followed his example, a fight seemed inevitable, when the minister, with much vigor of speech and ecclesiastical dignity, interposed, calling earnestly upon all disinterested and honest persons to lend him their support. Almost everyone present responded to his appeal, and by their bearing and remarks condemned the Baron's attempt so unequivocally that the refractory were obliged to submit, and the Major was spared the painful duty of using harsh measures against them. It was perfectly evident to him and to all the witnesses of this scene that the heirs were unwilling to inquire into the causes of the Baron's hatred against Christian, because they felt a presentiment of the truth. Monsieur Goffle had placed him designedly under his father's portrait, and everyone had instantly remarked the striking resemblance. But there were no words in the Swedish language bitter and sarcastic enough to express the aversion with which the presumptuous were beginning to regard this juggler, from whom Johann had denounced, and whom Monsieur Goffler, whose natural son he was, wished to establish as the Baron's heir by means of an improbable romance and forged proofs. Monsieur Goffler remained impassible and smiling. Christian found it difficult to contain himself, but Margaret's tender and supplicating glance enabled him to accomplish this miracle. "Now," said the minister when silence was restored, "introduce Monsieur Adam Stenson, who has been kept secluded in his apartment since he was released from prison." Adam Stenson appeared. He was dressed with care, and his sweet and noble face, worn with fatigue, but still dignified and serene, produced a most favorable impression. Monsieur Goffler begged him to sit down, and proceeded to read the declaration written by his hand, and confided to Manasses at Perugia. This document, which had not yet been brought forward, was listened to by some of the company with the greatest surprise and interest, and by others in sullen and gloomy silence. The Russian ambassador, who had no such views for Christian as the Countess Elveda pretended, perhaps because she was trying to put them into his head, but who felt a genuine interest in the young man on account of his handsome face and determined manner, began to express his approbation of the way in which this investigation was conducted, so as to do away with the necessity of a lawsuit, or, if there should be a suit, so as to throw all possible light upon the subject. It ought to be mentioned that Christiane's friends had persuaded this dignitary to be present by urgent solicitations. The respect that Monsieur Goffleur took pains to show him, in spite of his prejudices against his policy, flattered the ambassador, who liked to be mixed up in the affairs of private individuals as well as in public matters in Sweden. When the document had been read, the minister turned to Stenson and asked him whether he could hear the questions that were addressed to him. "Yes, Monsieur Minister," replied Stenson. "I am very deaf, it is true, but sometimes I recover my hearing almost entirely, and I often hear things to which I do not wish to reply." "Will you answer today?" "Yes, monsieur, I wish to do so." "Do you recognize your writing in this document?" "Yes, monsieur, perfectly." "The reasons of your long silence are indicated in it," resumed the minister, "but before being accepted as true, they must be more clearly explained. The manner in which the Baron has treated you up to the present time does not seem compatible either with the fear with which you have regarded him, or with the terrible designs upon other persons attributed to him in this declaration." Stenson's only answer was to lift up the sleeve of his coat. Everyone could see upon his thin and trembling arms the marks of the cords that had been tied so tightly about his wrists as to draw blood. "See," he said, "with what sort of sport the Baron was amusing himself when the agony of death closed his eyes and terminated my torture. But I did not acknowledge anything. They might have broken my old bones. I would not have said a word. What is it to die at my age?" "You shall not die yet, Stenson," cried Mr. Goffler. "You shall live to experience great joy. You can speak freely now. Baron Olas is no more." "I know it, monsieur," said Stenson, "since I am here. But there is no more happiness for me in this world, for he whom I saved has perished." "Are you quite sure of that, Stenson?" said Monsieur Goffler. Stenson looked through the room, which was very brilliantly lighted. He fixed his eyes upon Christiane, who repressed every sign of emotion, so as to avoid attracting his attention in any way, and who even pretended not to see him, although he was burning to throw himself into his arms. "Well," said Monsieur Goffler to the old man, "what is the matter, Stenson? Why do you weep?" "Because I fear that I am dreaming," said Stenson, "because I believed I was dreaming 2 days ago when I saw him here, because I do not know him any longer, and yet I recognize him." "Remain where you are, Monsieur Stenson," said the minister to the old man, who wanted to go up to Christiane. "A resemblance, however striking, is not a sure indication, for it may be the result of chance. The facts advanced by you in the document that has just been read must be established." "That can be easily done," said Stenson. "Monsieur Goffler has only to read the paper which I confided to him yesterday. The identity between Christiane Gioffredi and Christiane de Waldemora can then be established by means of the letters from Manassas, which I also placed in his hands this very day." "I took a solemn oath," said Monsieur Goffler, not to open this paper until after the Baron's death. I opened it 2 hours ago, and these are the few words that it contains. Examine the wall behind the portrait of Baroness Hilda at Stolberg, to the right of the window of the bear room. Ah, whispered the Major to Monsieur Goffler, while the minister caused the portrait to be taken down and proceeded under Stenson's direction to open the secret aperture behind it. I had supposed that the proof would be found in the walled-up room. No, God be praised, replied the lawyer in the same tone, for it would have been seen in that case that we had been there beforehand, and we might have been accused of having placed false proofs there ourselves. Now, thanks to the great maps that have been put back into their places, no one here has heeded or remarked the breach in the wall. It was because I looked into Stenson's mysterious warning at the new chateau that I advised you to bring a great many witnesses here without fear. When the hiding place had been opened, the minister took out with his own hands a metal casket, in which was found a decisive document which he read aloud. This document had been written by the Baroness Hilda, and was a clear and detailed account of the sad days she had passed at Stolberg in the custody of the odious Nohant, and of the persecutions that she had undergone together with her faithful friends and servants, Adam Stetson and Corinne Betzoy. The unhappy widow declared and took her oath upon her eternal salvation, and upon the soul of her husband and of her first child, both of them assassinated by the order of a man whom she did not wish to name, but whose crimes would some day be known. That she had given birth to a second son, fruit of her legitimate union with the Baron Adelston de Valdemora, on the 18th of September, 1746, at 2 o'clock in the morning, in the bear room at Stolberg. She related in a manner at the same time modest and dramatic, with what courage she had repressed her cries, so that the suspicions of the jailers, who were installed close by her in the chamber called the guard-room, should not be aroused. Corinne had assisted her in her time of trial, and had sung constantly to keep the feeble wailing of the new-born infant from being heard. Stenson did not quit the room during the birth of the child, and immediately afterwards he had tried to carry it off by the secret door, but the existence of this door had become known to the jailers, and to his dismay he found it fastened on the outside and guarded. On the failure of his first attempt, Stenson made some excuse for going out. It was not thought necessary to keep him a prisoner, but he was always strictly searched whenever he left the tower, and went in search of a boat which, under cover of the darkness, he succeeded in introducing into the passages between the rocks and boulders of the lake, when Corinne, who had prepared a basket and cord for the purpose, let down the child to him from the window. All this took some time, and day was beginning to appear. The window of the guard-room opened at the very moment when Stenson received the child into his trembling hands. Fortunately, he was protected by the vault of overhanging rocks, and had been able to keep hidden until the men above withdrew, whereupon, with many prayers to God, he had crossed the short space between the lake and the shore behind the guard. The romance that Christian had imagined on exploring this strange sight had therefore reproduced in some respects the facts of his own history. The child had been confided to Anna Betzoy, the mother of Corinne and Danemen Joe. It had been suckled by a tame doe in one of the chalets of the Blackdahl, and every now and then the imprisoned baroness received information about it by means of signal fires lighted on the mountains. Reassured as to the fate of her child, the Baroness hoped to join him and fly into Denmark. But the Baron refused to restore her to liberty unless she would consent to sign a declaration that her pregnancy had been simulated. This she refused to do, saying that she was willing to admit having fallen into an error, but not to accuse herself of imposture. Whereupon he began to seem strangely suspicious of the event which she had it so much at heart to conceal. Then, trembling lest the birth and retreat of her child should be discovered, and he destroyed, she had signed the document drawn up by Pastor Michelson. "But before God and man," she said in this new declaration, "I protest here against my own signature and take my oath that it was extorted from me by violence and terror. If under these circumstances I denied the truth for the first time in my life, all mothers will understand my fault, and God will pardon me." Once in possession of this terrible declaration, the Baron, fearing perhaps a recantation or the exposure of his crimes, formally refused to restore his victim to freedom, declaring that she was mad and doing his best to make her so by a system of harsh captivity, privations, insults, and intimidations. Some peasants who were courageous enough to express a sympathy for her and to try and set her free he had beaten after the Russian fashion in the guard-room where she could hear their cries. Stenson and Corinne he threatened with the same treatment if they continued to urge that the Baroness should be set at liberty, and these faithful friends had been obliged to feign compliance with his wishes so as not to be separated from their unfortunate mistress. At last, suffering and grief did their work upon the poor victim. She sank into a rapid decline, and feeling that she was soon to die, she wrote out for her son this account of her sorrows, wherein, however, she implored him never to seek revenge, in case circumstances impossible to foresee should make him acquainted with the mystery of his birth before the Baron's death. She was convinced that this implacable, rich, and powerful man would pursue her son if he knew of his existence, in whatever corner of the earth he might be hidden. She prayed, therefore, that he might live a long time in humble station, in ignorance of his rights, and that he might rather love the arts or sciences than be ambitious of wealth and power, source of so many evils and of such cruel passions on the earth. The poor mother added, notwithstanding, in anticipation of a future discovery, that her son, to whom she had given the name of Adelstan Christian, had at his birth black hair and fingers made like those of his father and his ancestors. Finally, she gave him her supreme benediction and enjoined upon him to believe implicitly and to regard as sacred all the statements of Stenson and Corinne, the witnesses of the sufferings of her captivity and of the constant and unalterable lucidity of her mind, in spite of the calumnious reports that had been spread abroad as to her pretended state of madness and fury. "My soul is calm," she said at the approach of death. "I am prepared to depart full of resignation, of hope, and confidence to a better world. I pardon my executioners, and I have only one regret in leaving this sad life, that of abandoning my son. But the unexpected success of his flight has taught me to rely upon Providence and the devoted friendship of those who have saved him." The signature was large and firm, as if a last effort of life had warmed the heart of the poor dying woman at this supreme hour. It was dated this 15th of December, 1746. Besides the declaration of the Baroness, the casket contained a sort of formal report drawn up by Stenson, of the last moments and death of his unfortunate mistress. This report, which the minister also read, was dated the 28th of December of the same year, and was as followed. They deprived her of sleep up to her last hour. Johann and his gang, who occupied the guard-room, kept on night and day, swearing, yelling, and blaspheming in her very ears. And the Baron, her brother-in-law, came every day under the pretense of seeing that she was well treated, to tell her that she was mad, and overwhelm her with insults and reproaches because of the pretended plot which he had defeated. The only plot, and with the help of God it succeeded, was by patience and silence to persuade this persecutor that Madame had really been mistaken about her condition, and that he had nothing to fear in the future. Upon his side, Pastor Michelson, not less cruel and importunate, came even to Madame's deathbed to tell her that, having lived in a land of papists, she was imbued with false doctrines, and to threaten her 100 times with hell, instead of giving her the consolations and hopes to which every Christian soul has a right. At last he went out, only an hour before she breathed her last, and she expired in our arms on the 4th day of the Christmas holidays at 4 o'clock in the morning, with these words upon her lips: "My God, bestow a mother upon my son." We testified that she died like a saint, without having a single moment of anger, of delirium, or even of religious doubt. After closing her eyes, we stopped the clock and blew out the Christmas candle which was burning in the chandelier, with the prayer to God that we might see this clock set in motion and the candle lighted by the hand of our future young master. After which we have drawn up this writing, which we are going to hide and seal up, together with that of our well-beloved mistress, in the wall of her chamber, in the place which she herself indicated, all things being prepared to that end. And, with many tears, we both of us sign our names, swearing that we have certified only to the exact truth. Adam Stenson. Corinne Betzoy. End of section 36. Section 37 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. The Snowman by Georges Sand. Section 37. The pastor read these simple pages with so much feeling and pathos that the women wept, and the men, touched and convinced, gave 3 cheers for Christian de Valdemora, and crowded around him, eager to shake hands with him and to offer him their congratulations. The heirs, however, from this malignant set, the old Count de Nora and his son must always be excepted, declared that they should require the appearance of Corinne Betzoy, having gathered probably from the reports in circulation about her that this woman was still alive and was mad. They hoped that they could object to her as a witness, and the major also dreaded exceedingly the effect of her appearance, and hastened to say that she was ill and lived at a considerable distance. He was interrupted by a rough, although kindly voice, that of Daneman Joe Betzoy. "Why do you say what is not so, Monsieur Major?" cried the honest man. "Corinne Betzoy is neither ill nor so far away as you suppose. She has had her sleep here, and now that she has rested, her mind is as clear as your own. Do not be afraid to call Corinne Betzoy. It is true that the poor soul has suffered above all since the day when she had to be separated from the child, and that she says things that cannot be understood. But for all that, her head is good and her will firm. What proves it is that nobody has been able to find out her secret, not even myself, who knew the child and who have just learned his name and history for the first time in my life. Now, a woman who can keep a secret is not like an ordinary woman, and what she says ought to be believed. Rising, he went to the door of the guardroom and threw it open. "Come in, my sister," he said to the seeress. "You are wanted here." Everyone bent forward with eager curiosity as Corinne entered. Her pallor, her precocious old age, her look of amazement, and uncertain faltering step caused at first more pity than sympathy. However, in the sight of them all, she drew herself up erect and stood firm. Her face assumed an expression of enthusiasm and energy. She had taken off the poor gray dress, that precious rag in which she never allowed herself to sleep, from over her peasant's dress, and her hair, white as snow, was drawn from her face and tied with red woolen cords, giving her somewhat the appearance of an ancient sibyl. She went up to the pastor and, without waiting to be questioned, said, "Father and friend of the afflicted, you know Corinne Betsoy. You know that her soul is neither guilty nor deceitful. She asks you why the belfry bell of the new chateau is tolling. What you say she will believe." "The belfry bell is tolling for the dead," replied the minister. "Your ears have not deceived you. For a long time, Corinne, I have known that you have a secret which oppresses you. You can speak now, and perhaps you can be cured. Baron Olas is dead." "I know it," she said. "The great Earl appeared to me last night. He said, 'I am going away forever,' and I felt my soul reborn. Now I will speak, because the child of the lake is going to return. I saw him also in my dream." "Do not talk about your dreams, Corinne," rejoined the minister, "but try and recall what has really happened. If you wish to recover reason and tranquility of soul, by the grace of the Lord, make an effort yourself to be humble and submissive. For I have often told you that pride had a great deal to do with your madness. You pretend to read the future when you are not able, perhaps, to relate the past." Corinne remained abashed and thoughtful for an instant, and then answered, "If the good pastor of Valdemora, as kind and as humane as he who preceded him, was ferocious and cruel, orders me to tell the past, I will tell the past." "I both command you and entreat you to do so," said the pastor. "Speak calmly, and remember that God weighs each one of your words." Corinne collected her thoughts and said, "We are in the room where our beloved mistress fell asleep forever." "Do you mean Hilda Valdemora?" "Yes, she is the widow of the good young Earl, and the mother of the child named Christiane, who ought now to return to light the Christmas candle on the hearth of his fathers. She gave birth to this child in the full moon of the host, here in this bed, where she died in the last days of the moon of Jule. She gave him her blessing here by this window, out of which he flew away, for he was born with wings. And then she told a lie, saying in her heart, 'God pardon me for killing my son by my word, but it is better for him to live among the elves than among men.' And then she sang to her harp, and when she died she said, 'May God bestow a mother upon my son.' brought back in a measure to a perception of real things, Corinne began to weep. Then her mind became confused, and the minister, seeing that she could no longer understand the questions that were addressed to her, made a sign to the Danaman, who quietly led the poor seeress away, after glancing in triumph at the company, as if to challenge their admiration of the manner in which his sister had answered. "What would you have, more?" asked Monsieur Goffler, glancing around him. "Has not this poor enthusiast told you in a few words of her rustic poetry precisely the same things that Stenson has written in this document with the methodical clearness of his mind? And is not her very frenzy, the sort of continual delirium in which she lives, a proof of what she has suffered for those she so dearly loved?" The opportunity for pleading was too fine to be lost. Monsieur Goffler could not help taking advantage of it. He spoke with inspiration, summed up the facts of the case rapidly, related portions of Christian's life after having established his identity by means of Manassas's letters to Stenson, explained the romantic circumstances of the last 2 days, and indeed succeeded so well in convincing his auditors that they forgot all about the lateness of the hour and their own fatigue, and asked him question after question so as to keep him talking. Finally, they all signed an official report of the proceedings. The Baron de Lindenwald made a last effort to revive the drooping courage of the other heirs. "No matter," he said, rising, for the doors were opened, and anyone was free to withdraw. "We shall find out the truth of all these ridiculous fictions. We will go to law." "I suppose so," replied Monsieur Goffler with great animation, "but we shall await you on firm ground." "For my part, I shall not go to law," said the Count de Nora. "I am convinced, and I shall sign." "These gentlemen will not go to law either," said the ambassador pointedly. "Oh, yes, they will," rejoined Monsieur Goffler, "but they will lose." "We will attack the validity of the marriage," cried the Baron. "Hilda de Blixen was a Catholic." Christian was going to reply angrily when Monsieur Goffler hastened to interrupt him. "How do you know that, monsieur?" he said to the Baron. "Where are your proofs? Where is this pretended chapel to the Virgin which she is said to have erected? Now that the mysteries of Stolberg are disclosed to all, what evidence remains of this ridiculous fable, which served as a pretext to several persons here present for abandoning that unhappy woman to persecution and to death?" "This Christian Joffredi may be a Catholic also. He was brought up in Italy," muttered the heirs as they withdrew. "Patience, we will know the truth of it, and will see whether a man who cannot have a seat in the Diet, nor be appointed to any office, is to inherit a domain entitling him to all the privileges of the nobility." "Be quiet, Christian. Hold your tongue," said Monsieur Goffler in a low voice, holding Christian back with all his force, as the latter started up to follow his adversaries out and defy them to their faces. "Remain where you are, or all is lost. Be a dissenter if you choose when you have inherited, but for the present keep quiet about it. No one has remarked that the bear room has become square again." "What do you mean?" inquired the major of Monsieur Goffler. "Why should we hesitate to admit every one freely into the upper room, since the pretended chapel does not exist?" "We could do so," replied Monsieur Goffler, "if we had not already broken into it. As it is, they would accuse us of having removed the evidences of the prohibited worship." Countess Elveda now approached Christian and said to him with her most gracious air, "At present, Baron, I sincerely trust that I have the pleasure of seeing you in Stockholm. Will you consent to receive me?" He replied, "Only on condition that I am to start for Russia." No, she said, I leave you free to select her to whom you have given your heart. Not does Margaret accompany you to Stockholm? Said Christiane in a low voice. She may join me, perhaps, when you have gained your lawsuit, if lawsuit there is to be. In the meanwhile, she must return to her chateau. It is all settled, and prudence requires it. For my part, I hold to my promise, and am still ready to carry you to Stockholm, where you will be obliged to go to have your affairs settled. I thank you, madame, but I am entirely under the control of my lawyer, who has further use for me here. Au revoir, then, replied the countess, taking the arm of the ambassador, who said to her as they went out, I am quite as well pleased to have that handsome young baron decline traveling with you. Margaret bade adieu to her aunt at the door of Stolberg, and started with her governess and the Ackerstrom family for the parsonage, where she was to take some rest before returning to Dalby. She did not exchange a word or even a glance with Christiane, but it was none the less tacitly understood between them that she was not to leave the neighborhood until they had seen each other again. The major returned with his soldiers and his prisoners to the new chateau, where he was to await the receipt of orders as to whether he was to continue the exercise of his authority. The Donovan and his family returned to their mountain, and Corinne, to the last, being unable to comprehend that she beheld in Christiane the child of the lake, her mind could not so readily be brought back from the fantasies in which she lived to a perception of real things, and indeed even in after years, although her condition was very much ameliorated, although she felt instinctively that she was freed from a great trouble, she never, while she lived, really succeeded in identifying Christiane, and she very often confounded him with his father, the young Baron Adelston. It was 4 o'clock in the morning, and though it was the custom of the country to go to bed very late, at a time of the year when the nights are so long, the principal persons of our story had passed through such a series of vehement emotions that they were all overwhelmed with fatigue. They all retired, therefore, and slept profoundly, being more fortunate in this probably than Johann and his gang, shut up in the tower of the new chateau, where they had imprisoned and tortured so many people. However, before daybreak, Stenson glided softly to Christiane's bedside, and after gazing upon him with rapture for a few seconds, he waked him without arousing Mr. Goffler. "Rise, my master," he whispered in his ear. "I have something to say to you which must be heard by yourself alone. I will await you in the inner room." Christiane dressed himself quickly and silently, and closing the doors behind him, followed Stenson into the deserted and dilapidated apartment into which he had penetrated on the previous evening. The old man uncovered his head with reverence. "Here, Monsieur Baron," he said, "behind this wainscot, where you see a dove carved in marble, a mystery is hidden that ought to be revealed to you alone. Here it is that your mother had secretly erected an altar to the Virgin, for she was a Catholic. The fact is too certain, the exercise of her worship being forbidden in her husband's country. Madame was obliged to conceal her faith, so as not to draw down persecution upon his head. Pastor Michelson could never prove this. The altar was brought and placed in this hiding place by Italian workmen traveling through the country, who had executed other commissions in marble and in wood at the new chateau. I was the only person in her confidence. There was a learned old Frenchman among the retainers at the chateau who was a Catholic priest, unknown to everyone, and who said mass here secretly. But he had died, and the Italian workmen had departed at the time of the persecution of your poor mother. You must see this altar, Monsieur Baron, and whatever may be your own religion, you must regard it with respect. Help me to move the spring in the wainscot, which is probably very rusty." "You mean that your poor arms are swollen and aching," said Christian, kissing the old man's tortured hands. "Ah, do not pity me," said Stenson. "My hands will get well. I do not feel them. All that I have suffered is nothing in comparison with my present happiness." Christian opened the wainscot as Stenson directed, and after drawing a curtain of gilt leather, he saw a white marble altar in the form of a sarcophagus. Stenson, who was deeply agitated, fell upon his knees. "Are you a Catholic also, my friend?" Christian asked. Stenson shook his head in the negative, but without seeming offended by the question. Tears rolled slowly over his pallid cheeks. "Stenson," cried Christian, "my mother reposes here. This altar became her tomb." "Yes," said the old man, almost suffocated by his sobs. "Here it is that Corinne and I buried her, in her white robe and crowned with a cypress wreath, for it was not the season of flowers. We laid her in a coffin filled with aromatics, and the coffin we placed in the sepulchre, stainless as that of Christ. I sealed it up myself, and afterwards I walled up the room so that the tomb of the victim should not be profaned. Your enemy never knew why I was so anxious to suppress the door. He thought I was afraid of ghosts. When the minister refused to bury a pagan with religious services and in sacred ground, he thought I obeyed his orders and threw the poor body into the bottom of the lake. But whatever Pastor Michelson may have said, it was the body of a saint. Whatever her worship may have been, the Baroness loved God, did good, and respected the faith of others. She is in heaven and prays for us now, and her soul is happy in beholding her son, where he is, and such as he is." "Ah," said Christian, "happiness does not belong then to this world, for I should have made her happy, and she is dead." He kissed the tomb with respect and fervor, and having re-enclosed it behind the curtain and the panel of the wainscot, he went down with Stenson into the bare room. "I do not know," the old man resumed, "how much trouble and delay there may be before your rights are acknowledged, but I hope you will empower me to restore the partition before this chamber. When you are master here, we can carry the tomb to the chapel in the new chateau." "Place my mother's tomb by that of Baron Olas?" cried Christian. "Oh, no, never. Since Sweden refused her a plot of ground to cover her bones, after having refused her air and liberty, I will carry off these precious remains and deposit them under a more clement sky. Whether rich or poor, I will procure enough to bear this relic with me to the shore of the Italian lake, where sleeps my second mother, she who fulfilled the last prayer of her who gave me birth, and who, although herself most unhappy, had at least a son to close her eyes." "Act with calmness and prudence," replied Stenson, "or your rights will be denied. Some day you will be free to do as you choose. For the present, do not allow even your best friends, even the worthy Monsieur Goffler, to know that your mother was a dissenter. He will argue your cause with more hope and confidence, believing that she was not so. And if you yourself are a dissenter, do not acknowledge it, or you will not be able to triumph over your enemies." "Alas," said Christian, "are riches worth the trouble I must take to acquire them? Can they repay me for practicing dissimulation and repressing my just indignation, as I am urged and forced to do? I had nothing, Stenson, not even an obol, when I came here 3 days ago, but my heart was light and my mind was free. I felt no hatred to any human being. No one hated me, and now you will be less free and less happy, I know, replied the sweet and austere old man gravely. But you will have power to comfort and console the poor and suffering. Think of that, and it will give you strength to struggle for your rights. Well said, my dear Stenson, cried Monsieur Goffler, who had just risen, and who heard the last words of the pious old retainer. Whoever meets as he ought the duties and responsibilities which life imposes, rivets chains upon his feet, and ensures for himself many bitter hours. It remains to be seen whether the man who, in the glory of his youth and strength, finds himself confronted with a plain duty, and who turns away to escape it, can still be happy in heedless indifference, and can venture to claim that he is contented with himself. You are right, my friend, said Christiane. Do what you choose with me. I promise to be guided by your advice. And then, added Monsieur Goffler, lowering his voice, our sweet Margaret ought, I think, to be sufficient compensation for enduring the life of a grand seigneur. It was decided by Monsieur Goffler that Christiane should leave Valdemora, where he could exert no authority until his inheritance should be secured to him by the decision of the special committee of the Diet, a mysterious, special, and privileged tribunal which claimed the right of removing suits pending in ordinary courts, especially those in which the nobility were interested. It was necessary for Christiane to accompany his lawyer to Stockholm so as to demand and solicit a decision. Before bidding farewell to Stolberg, both of them, however, went to the parsonage, where Christiane, after thanking Minister Ackerstrom, respectfully and affectionately appointed him guardian of his estates in so far as it depended upon him, and in the very just anticipation that his choice would be ratified by the House of Nobles. He had no opportunity of being alone with Margaret, and even if he could have spoken to her freely, he would not have wished to draw her into an engagement until he was sure he would not become Christian Waldo again. But Margaret felt no doubt either of his intentions or his success, and returned to her retreat with her heart full of the blissful hopes of youth and the faith of a first love. Christiane refused to go and breakfast at the new chateau with the major and his friends. They understood his repugnance, and dined with Monsieur Goffler and the young baron in Stenson's guard. In the evening they were all invited to supper at the parsonage. Margaret was not to start until the next day. On the following day, Christiane also took his departure with Monsieur Goffler, who amused himself by driving Loki, to the great satisfaction of Nils, who slept soundly during the whole journey, never waking up at all except to eat. After passing 2 weeks in Stockholm, where Christiane conducted himself with great prudence, reserve, and dignity, Monsieur Goffler, who was very impatient to return to Javaala, invited him to go there while awaiting the decision of the Supreme Court, especially as there was every reason to believe that there would be a great deal of delay in the matter, since, in consequence of the death of the king and succession of Prince Henry, now become Gustavus III, the ruling powers were unusually busy and preoccupied. But Christiane, foreseeing that he would be left in uncertainty for an indefinite period, did not feel willing to live at Monsieur Goffler's expense during all this time, and resolved to carry out his plan of taking a journey with Danemen Betsoy into the savage and frozen regions of the northern part of Norway. Equally unwilling to be a burden to the brave peasant, he accepted from Monsieur Goffler a very modest advance upon his inheritance or upon his future labor, and after embracing his friends at Valdemora and at Stallburg, he set off with Betzoy, once more leaving his dear Jean under the charge of Stenson. End of section 37. Section 38 of The Snowman. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Snowman by George Sand. Conclusion. Christian had abundance of leisure to travel. In spite of all the precautions taken by his friends, and notwithstanding Monsieur Gouffel's incessant exertions, the recognition of his rights was so vehemently opposed by the Caps, the party to which Baron de Lindenwald belonged, that a moment came when the active and courageous lawyer regarded the cause of his client as lost. The Russian ambassador, who at first had been favorable, turned against them. No one knew why, and Countess Elveda formed other projects of marriage for her niece. Monsieur Goeffel appealed in person to the young king, but Gustavus III, who even then was planning with incredible prudence the grand revolution of August 1772, advised patience without giving any intimation of the hopes which he himself had conceived. In fact, the king, as yet, could do nothing. After traveling with the Danemen until the end of February, Christian received news from Monsieur Goeffel, which decided him to continue alone his explorations in the regions of the north. Monsieur Goeffel, finding that Christian's enemies were very powerful, feared, with reason, that they would seek opportunities of quarreling with him if he should appear in Stockholm. He knew how excitable Christian was, and he said to himself that even if he should kill one or two of his opponents, he would stand a good chance of being killed by the third. There were too many persons whose interest it was to irritate him and draw him into duels. Monsieur Goeffel took good care not to explain to Christian the real grounds of his opinion, but he urged him not to count upon a speedy success, and advised him to remain away. At the same time, he sent him an additional sum, which Christian resolved not to add to the amount of the debt which he had already incurred. In his uncertain position, he joined a crew of fishermen who were about sailing for the Lofoden Islands, and in the beginning of April he wrote to Monsieur Goeffel as follows: "Here I am in a small straggling village of Nordland, where it seems to me that I have entered the land of Canaan, although the chalet of the Daneman Betzoy is a Louvre in comparison with my present lodging, and his cacabrot delicious cake by the side of the bread of pure wood in which I am now luxuriating. You will guess from this that I have been through a great deal of suffering, without referring to our fatigue and dangers. But, on the other hand, I have seen the most terrible spectacles of the universe, the most austere and sublime scenes of nature, submarine gulfs, into which ships and whales are drawn like autumn leaves in a current of wind, rivers which never freeze, in the midst of ice that never melts, waterfalls whose roaring can be heard leagues away, precipices upon whose verge the reindeer and the elk grow dizzy, snows harder than the marble of Paros, men as ugly as monkeys, angelic souls in unclean bodies, a hospitable people dwelling in unheard-of misery, a patient, gentle, and pious people living in eternal conflict with nature, who appears to them under her most formidable and violent aspect. I have had no disappointments. Everything that I have seen has been more sublime or more astonishing than all that I had imagined. So then I am a fortunate traveler, add that my health has withstood all hardships, and that my purse so well filled that I am in condition to pay off my debt to you, and still have money of my own. Lastly, that I have succeeded in studying the geological formation of a long chain of mountains, from which I bring back treasures, in the way of rare and precious specimens, that will make the illustrious Professor Stankstadius pine away with envy, and useful observations that ought to make me, if I take it into my head to aspire to the honor, and exert a little diplomacy to obtain it, Knight of the Polar Star. You will ask me how I have grown rich so fast. By enduring a great deal of fatigue, by running the risk 1,000 times of being drowned or of breaking my neck, by skating along the verge of fearful chasms on the great skates which I have learned to use, by catching a great many fish in the Norwegian archipelago, by selling my cargo on the spot and very cheap to those who have genius for trade, and lastly, by exposing myself to the danger of being beaten to death by my comrades for my pains. However, they gave up this fancy when they found out that my arm was ready and my hand heavy. Now I am going to Bergen, where I must arrive before the thaw unless I want to be shut up here for 6 weeks by whirlwinds and avalanches, which man is not strong enough to conquer. Do not be distressed, O best of men and of friends. If I lose my suit, I shall make out to be something, and since Margaret is poor, as long as I am well born, I may win her yet. And then, am I not secure of your friendship? I only ask of heaven to enable me to take care of my dear Stenson in his feeble old age, if he should lose his annuity and be driven from his asylum at Stolberg. Monsieur Goeffel received several other letters of the same sort during the following summer and winter. The lawsuit made no progress. In fact, there was no suit in any proper sense of the word. The presumptive heirs carried on the war in the most fatal and insidious way, by interposing constant obstacles, preventing or delaying the decision of the committee. Christian, in the meanwhile, was beginning to be satiated with danger, fatigue, and hard work. He did not acknowledge it to his friend, but the exuberance of his curiosity was satisfied. His heart, which had been awakened to a new life by hopes that would perhaps prove deceitful, often claimed the happiness of which he had caught a glimpse. His heroic resolutions and the cheerful energy of his character were fully equal to the requirements of his terrible life, as he called it, but in silence, in the secrecy of his soul, he was often unhappy. The time had come when the bird, according to Major Larson's expression, fatigued with flying through the vastness of space, was longing to find a milder sky and a sure place to build his nest. In spite of his intelligence and his activity, Christian was several times overtaken by poverty. The life of the traveler is a series of godsends and losses, of unexpected successes and desperate disasters. He earned enough to live upon from day to day by selling game and fish, and by exchanging commodities transported over great distances with incredible courage and resolution. And yet the young baron, careless, confident, and generous as he was, had not been born a merchant, and his troubles and anxieties could not transform the aristocratic liberality of his character. Unavoidable accidents, moreover, often defeated his wisest calculations, and one day he found that his own life must be governed by the ideal of heroic desperation with which he had entertained Major Larsen on the mountain of Blockdal. Like Gustavus Vasa, he became a workman in the mines, and, as with that hero of a romantic epopee, he was soon recognized as an extraordinary workman, not so much on account of the embroidered collar of his shirt, but rather from the authority of his language and his haughty expression. Christian, at this time, was in the mines of Røros, in the highest mountains of Norway, at about 10 leagues from the Swedish frontier. He had been working like a common day laborer for 8 days, but with a skill and vigor that had procured him the respect of his companions, when he received a letter from Monsieur Goeffel to the following purport: "All is lost. I have seen the king, and he is a charming man, but nothing more. I made known to him who you are. I laid all my proofs before him. I told him how you felt, and how useful you could be to a philosophical and courageous prince who wished to establish equality of rights in the nation. After listening to me with an attention and comprehending with a lucidity that I have never encountered in any judge, he replied, 'Unfortunately, Monsieur Advocate, it is a great task to do justice to the oppressed, and one beyond my strength. I should be crushed in attempting it, like my poor father, whom the nobility doomed to perish of weariness and grief. Gustavus is feeble and good. He does not wish to die. We flattered ourselves in vain he would smite the Senate with heavy blows. Sweden is lost, and our suit also. Come back to me, Christian. I love and respect you. I have a little fortune and no children. Say the word, and I will make you my partner. You speak Swedish captivatingly. You are eloquent. You shall study law and be my successor. I await you.' 'No,' cried Christian, kissing the letter of his generous friend. 'I understand better than he thinks how limited the resources of this country are, and what great sacrifices such an association would condemn this noble man to make. And then it would take years to study law, and during all that time I should have to be supported, young and strong as I am, by one who after a laborious and anxious life deserves now to enjoy comfort and repose. No, no! I have my hands, and I shall use them until destiny shows me some better way than this of making my talents available.' While thus reflecting, he returned to the gallery, where it was his duty to excavate one of the veins of copper distributed through the rocks by the light of a little lamp, and amid the sulphureous emanations rising from the mine. But after a few days, Christian's position was materially improved. The superintendent of the mines noticed him and put him at the head of certain works, which he was fitted by education and capacity to direct, as he had shown, without any pretense or affectation, when an opportunity occurred. Learned, modest, and industrious, he spent his leisure hours in instructing the miners. In the evenings he delivered a course of gratuitous lectures on elementary mineralogy, and was listened to by these rude men, who respected him as an industrious comrade, and looked up to him as an original and cultivated thinker. His lecture room was one of the great metallic caverns to which miners love to give high-sounding names. His chair was a block of naked copper. Christian tried to make himself happy by working hard and doing good to others, for happiness is what man always seeks, even when he sacrifices himself. He took care of the sick and wounded in the mine. When accidents occurred, he, with heroic courage, was always the first to hasten to the spot, and he taught the workmen, moreover, to guard against these terrible dangers by exerting ordinary common sense and prudence. He tried to refine their manners and to cure them of their fatal passion for brandy, the too fruitful source of quarrels and fights that often terminated in the terrific duel with knives in vogue in this part of the country. They both loved and esteemed him, but since he devoted all his wages to helping cripples, orphans, and widows, he remained poor. Decidedly, he often said to himself as he stepped into the bucket to descend to the bottom of the miserable shaft, "I was born a seigneur, that is to say, as I understand it, the protector of the feeble, and for that reason I am not permitted to live in the light of the sun." "Christian!" cried the inspector one day through the speaking tube at the frightful mouth of the mine. "Stop working for a while and go to the bottom of the inclines to receive some visitors who want to see the large halls. Show them round in my place. I have no time to come down." As usual, Christiane lighted the great resinous torches which are kept ready in all parts of the excavation, and went to meet the visitors. But when he recognized Minister Ackerstrom and his family, and Lieutenant Osborne with his young bride Martina leaning upon his arm, Christiane handed his torch to an old miner whom he knew, and, saying he had been seized with cramp, begged him to conduct the visitors in his stead. Pulling down his tarred cap over his eyes, he stepped back, rejoicing in his inmost heart to see his friends happy, but unwilling to be recognized, lest they should be distressed about him, and should make known his situation to Margaret. He was about to withdraw after having listened for a moment to their cheerful and animated conversation, when Madame Osborne turned, saying, "Why does not Margaret come? The little coward will never dare to cross that plank bridge." "Oh, you are very much afraid yourself, my dear Martina," replied the lieutenant. "But you need not be anxious. Monsieur Stanguestadius is with her." Christiane, forgetting all about his cramp, ran swiftly along the steep vaulted passage that led to the plank bridge, which was really very dangerous, and which Margaret was to cross in company with Mr. Stanguestadius, the man of all the world who knew best himself how to fall to advantage, but not, perhaps, the most capable person in the world of protecting others. Margaret was really there, hesitating and dizzy, together with Mademoiselle Potin, who, hoping to encourage her young friend, had already crossed the planks quite bravely, with the assistance of Monsieur Stanguestadius. The lieutenant returned to assist them and to quiet his wife, but before he could reach the spot, Christiane stepped up, took Margaret in his arms, and crossed the subterranean torrent in silence. Certainly Margaret did not recognize him, for she shut her eyes tightly to avoid beholding the chasm beneath. He put her down near her friends, intending to make his escape as quickly as possible, but Margaret, who was still frightened, tottered, and he was obliged to take her hand and to draw her away from the precipice. His fingers, blackened by his work, left a mark upon the young girl's delicate green gloves, and he saw her, a moment afterwards, wipe it off carefully with her handkerchief, while saying to her governess, "Give some money quickly to that poor man who carried me." The poor man had run away with his heart a little swollen. He was not angry with the young countess for liking clean gloves, but he said to himself that it was quite impossible for him, for his part, to have white hands. He returned to the forge, where he was having some tools made after an improved pattern, suggested by himself and approved of by the inspectors. But after an hour's labor, for he often lent a hand himself to help on his men, he heard the visitors returning and could not resist his desire of again seeing the young countess. She had seemed to him a little taller, and greatly improved, beautiful enough indeed to madden the blindest and sulkiest of the Cyclops. As the voices again became more distant, he entered without any precaution a gallery through which the party would be obliged to pass, when suddenly in a brightly lighted hall he met Margaret face to face. Now that she had become a little accustomed to the terrific noises and gloomily sublime aspect of this subterranean world, she had recovered her courage, and was coming forward alone in advance of the others. She trembled on seeing him. She thought that she recognized him. He pulled his cap quickly over his forehead, and she knew him then, beyond a doubt, by the care he took to hide his face. "Christiane!" she cried. "It is you! I am sure of it!" And she held out her hand. "Do not touch me," said Christiane. "I am all black with powder and smoke." "Ah, what do I care for that?" she replied, "since it is you. I know all now. The miners who have been showing us about have been talking all the while of a certain Christian, a very learned man and a famous workman, who would not tell his family name, but who has the strength of a peasant and the dignity of an earl, who is courageous for all and devoted to all. Our friends did not suppose for a moment that it could be you. There are so many Christians in this Scandinavian land. But for my part I said to myself, there is only one answering to that description. It is he. Come then, shake hands. Are we not still brother and sister as at Stolberg? How could Christiane help forgetting the little offense of the wiped glove? Margaret held out her hand to him ungloved. You do not blush, then, to see me here, he said. You know that I have not been driven to come here by bad conduct, and that if I am working today, it is not to make up for days of idleness and folly. I do not know anything about you, replied Margaret, except that you have kept your word given formally to Major Larson to be a miner or a hunter of bears, rather than continue an occupation of which I did not approve. And I, Margaret, do not know anything about you either, he replied, except that your aunt intends to have you marry the Baron de Lindewald, my suit against whom, it appears, is lost. It is true, said Margaret, laughing. My aunt hopes in that way to console me for the death of Baron Olaus. But since you guess so well what is going on, you ought to know also that I do not intend to marry at all. Christian understood this resolution, which left him free to hope, and he vowed in his heart that he would make a fortune, even if he should have to become an egoist. In spite of all he could say, Margaret would not consent to hide the fact of his being there from the lieutenant and the minister's family, who drew near in the midst of their tete-a-tete. "It is he!" she cried, running to meet them. "It is our Stolberg friend. You know who I mean. This Christian, this friend of the poor, the hero of the mine, is the baron without a barony, but not without honor and heart. And if you are not as happy as I am to see him again—" we are, cried the minister, shaking hands with Christian. "He is setting a grand example of true nobility and religious faith." Christian, overwhelmed with caresses, praise, and questions, was obliged to promise to go and take supper in the village with his friends, who intended to pass the night there before returning to Valdemora, where Margaret was spending a fortnight at the parsonage. They wanted to carry him away with them immediately, but on the one hand Christian could not dispose of his time so freely as they supposed, and on the other he was more anxious than was quite appropriate for such a reasonable man to dress himself in clothes which, however coarse, should at least be irreproachably clean. They made an appointment to meet in the evening, and Christian, aroused and happy, returned to his work. There, however, he was agitated by tumultuous and conflicting thoughts. Ought he to persist in cherishing the chimerical hope that he was loved? Margaret expressed her affection for him with too much warmth, too much frankness. It might be that she regarded him merely with a peaceful friendship, bringing no trouble to her soul, no blush to her forehead. Could love be so spontaneous, so courageous, so expansive? He accused himself of presumption and folly, and then, a moment afterwards, he accused himself of ingratitude. An inner voice told him that, whatever his fate might be, he would always find Margaret resolved to share it. He left his work at last, when the hour came for quitting the mine, and as he greatly preferred being pulled up in the bucket, in which he never felt dizzy, to making the long ascent over the ladders and inclines, he got ready to mount in a moment to the entrance of the gloomy shaft, through which he could catch a glimpse of a scrap of blue sky framed with branches of the mountain ash and lilacs. Just then a miner came up, whom he had already met on the previous evening within his limits, although he did not belong to the brigade that he had joined at first, and which he was now directing. None of the miners with whom Christian was associated knew this man, excessively begrimed with smoke and dirt, either through negligence or design, and wearing a rag of a hat that flapped about his ears. It was not easy to form any idea of his face. Christian had not tried to see him. He might be one of those who were called humble workmen, as we sometimes say the humble poor, in speaking of persons whose apparent humility is perhaps a mere mask concealing their silent pride. Christian respected the evident desire of the unknown to avoid observation, and after having given the customary whistle to warn those who worked the pulley, he contented himself with pointing to a seat by his side in the bucket, for he supposed that he also wished to ascend. The unknown hesitated. Laying his hands upon the edge of the bucket, he seemed about to jump in, but paused and looked around, apparently to seek for something. "Have you lost a tool, perhaps?" said Christian, who noticed that he was quite stout and heavy, and had nothing of the freedom and ease which is usual with miners accustomed to the use of the bucket. Scarcely had he spoken when the unknown, who seemed to have been waiting to hear his voice before coming to some decision, took the seat by his side with more resolution than agility, and waited in silence for the second whistle. Christian supposed that he did not understand Norwegian, and being familiar by this time with almost all the dialects of the north, he tried to enter into conversation with him, but all his efforts were useless. The man remained perfectly silent, as if fright at seeing himself suspended directly over the abyss had paralyzed his faculties. The bucket, as it is called, employed in mines, is made, as the reader knows, of stout staves bound with iron, and requires to be steered in its passage up and down the tremendous shaft. Christian, who was already accustomed to this mode of transportation, worked it very skillfully. Standing on the edge with one arm thrown around a rope, he lightly struck the sides of the shaft with his foot to prevent the rocking bucket from being broken against them, and, having given up getting anything out of his companion, he began quietly to sing a Venetian barcarolle, when his foot, the only one that happened to be on the edge of the conveyance at the moment, was treacherously pushed with sufficient force to make him lose his balance and send him swinging off into the void. Fortunately, Christian, who was habitually no less prudent than bold, had grasped the rope firmly with his left arm, and he slipped down somewhat as the basket would have done by the handle, without loosening his hold. The unknown lifted his sharp-edged hammer with the intention of striking off his right hand, with which Christian had saved himself by seizing the edge of the bucket. He would inevitably have lost one of his hands, and probably his life as well, had it not been for the swinging and sudden dip of the bucket, jerked down by the weight of his body. At the same time, his feet, as they hung in the air, struck a second bucket, which had been let down from above, and he was able to give the first one such a push that the assassin was obliged to take to the ropes himself in order to keep from being thrown out. This moment was sufficient to enable Christian to cling to the second rope and jump into the second bucket, which ascended rapidly, while the one in which the assassin remained alone disappeared from sight with even greater rapidity. Just as Christian reached the top of the shaft and jumped out on the platform around it, a dull crash ascended from its depths, while at that very moment Simstoic, with his fantastic face all radiant with smiles, came up to him. "Come, my dear Baron," he cried, "make haste. They will not have supper over yonder in the village until you arrive, and I am dying of inanition." "What has happened?" cried Christian to the miners, who were working the pulley without answering Simstoic. "Where is the other bucket? Where is the man?" "The rope broke," replied one of them, with a tremendous oath, and pretending to deplore the accident, while the other whispered in Christian's ear, "Not a word. We let him fall." "What? You have precipitated this madman?" "This unfortunate was not a madman," replied the workman. "He has been looking out for an opportunity to be alone with you for 3 days. We watched him and saw what he wanted to do. We let down another bucket at a venture, and as for the one he is in, it is a bucket spoiled, and that is all about it." Christiane knew that these rough miners were in the habit of taking the law into their own hands, and that they dealt out to criminals summary and terrible justice. He felt the more regret and anxiety about what had happened because he knew also that people who entered this subterranean world, when rather advanced in age, are sometimes seized with fits of involuntary and ungovernable fury. He descended into the mine again with Stangstadius, who claimed with good reason to have a professional knowledge of such accidents. 2 of the miners went down with them to investigate, they said, but in reality to remove the corpse so as to avoid being obliged to give any explanation to the inspectors of the mine. "Faith," said Stangstadius, when they had examined the miserable body by the light of their torches, "he is done for. He was not so lucky as I. By heavens, I declare I must draw up a report on the use of ropes in descending buckets in mines. These accidents are too frequent, when I think that even I myself—" "Monsieur Stangstadius," cried Christiane, "look at this man. Do you not know him?" "By heavens, it is a fact," replied Stangstadius. "It is Master Johann, the ex-major domo of Valdemora. Oh, then there is no great harm done. He confessed in prison. It was this very fellow who assassinated poor Baron Adelstan in former years. Apropos, yes, your father, my dear Christian. This Johann was once a miner in Falun, and he was a great scoundrel. It appears that he made his escape from his last prison, but it was written in his destiny that he was to perish by the rope." Delighted with his bon mot, Monsieur Stangstadius returned with Christiane to the upper world, while the workmen, having thrown the corpse into a deserted pit, well known to them, in the deepest part of the works, set quietly to work to mend the bucket. Christiane, who had a room in a little house in the village, ran thither to change his dress. He found a letter waiting him that had just been brought by a courier. It was from Monsieur Goffo. "All is saved," he wrote. "The king is good, as I told you, but not weak, as I thought. He is a gallant fellow but you will have time enough to hear about that. Make all speed. Be at Valdemora on the 12th. You will find one of your friends there and hear some good news. Until a speedy meeting, I am, my dear Baron, etc." Christian did not say a word about this letter to his friends, with whom he took supper at the parsonage of the minister of Roras, where the minister of Valdemora and his party had been entertained with cordial hospitality. After supper he found an opportunity of being alone with Margaret and her governess. He was bolder than he had ever been. He dared to speak of love. Mademoiselle Potin wanted to interrupt him, but Margaret in her turn interrupted her friend. "Christiane," she said, "I do not well know what love is, or what distinction there can be between that sentiment and the feeling with which I regard you. But one thing I do know, and that is that I respect and esteem you, and that if I am ever free, and you are the same, I will share your fortune, whatever it may be. I have worked very hard since we parted, and I shall be able now to give lessons or keep accounts, like so many other poor young girls who support themselves, and who have too much good sense to blush upon that account. Like Mademoiselle Potin herself, whose family is noble and has not lost in the opinion of anyone, but on the other hand, who has been elevated in the eyes of all persons of real feeling by having the courage to make use of her talents. To prove it," she added, glancing tenderly and archly at her governess, "I need only tell you that she is betrothed secretly to the excellent Major Larsen, and is only waiting until my affairs are a little more settled to celebrate her marriage." It was impossible for Mademoiselle Potin to contradict Margaret, but she was none the less angry with Christian for speaking to her of love at the very moment when his suit was lost, and she felt still more indignant on the following morning when he joined their little party to cross the mountains and return to Sweden by the Erdre and the mountains of Blackdal. On the next day, the 12th of June, 1772, Christian saw the friend to whom Monsieur Goufle had referred, coming to meet him on the mountain road over which they were traveling. It was no other than Monsieur Goufle himself, escorted by Major Larsen. They embraced each other, and after briefly exchanging joyful and affectionate greetings, hastened forward and arrived by dinner-time at the Dannemans' chalet, which they found gaily adorned with wildflowers. Corinne was at the door, only partly comprehending what was passing, and finding it difficult to recognize the child of the lake in the features of the handsome young Earl. The dinner was served in the open air, under a bower of foliage, in sight of the magnificent prospect of mountains, with whose wild and melancholy beauty Christian had been so deeply impressed on a day in December. The summer is short in these elevated regions, but it is magnificent. The verdure is as dazzling as the snows. The vegetation grows with such rapidity and is so luxuriant that Christian imagined he was beholding a different locality and a different country. They remained upon the mountain until 6 o'clock, but no one thought now of hunting bears. Instead, they plucked flowers sentimentally from beside running streams, and listened to their sweet murmuring or impetuous rolling, so eager as all of them seemed, with their various voices, to sing and to live to the utmost before the return of the frost, when they must all be changed into crystal again by the elves of the gloomy autumn. Christian was very happy, and yet he was longing to see Stenson once more, but Monsieur Stenson would not consent to leave the chalet on account of the heat. The sun at this season does not set until 10 o'clock, and it rises 3 hours afterwards in a starry twilight that softly veils the sky. For during the summer the darkness of a genuine night is unknown. In fact, the good lawyer had prepared a surprise for Christian. As soon as the cool evening breeze began to be felt, old Stenson drove up in a carriage, triumphant and rejuvenated. Thanks to the heat of the season, and perhaps also to his returning joy and confidence, his deafness was almost entirely cured. He brought the degree of the Committee of the Diet, recognizing Christian's rights, and a letter from Countess Elveda to Monsieur Goufle, authorizing him privately to dispose of the hand of her niece in favor of the new Baron of Valdemora. Christian returned to the chateau with his uncle Goufle, while the rest of the party followed in their various carriages over the winding and picturesque road. But in the midst of the young man's joy, as he anticipated the reunion of all his beloved friends, he was seized with a sudden fit of melancholy. "I am too happy," he said to the lawyer. "I should like to die today. It seems to me that the life into which I am about to enter will be in constant conflict with the simple and pure happiness I have dreamed about." "It is quite possible, my friend," replied Monsieur Goufle, "for it is only novels that end with the eternal formula, 'They died in old age after a long and happy life.' You cannot come into contact with the world as a public man without suffering, for society is terribly convulsed in these days, and above all in the aristocratic circles where you will take your place. I do not know what strange events are preparing, and yet I had a sort of revelation of the future in the last interview which the king granted me. On that day he seemed to me both grand and terrible. I believe he is meditating a movement which will send a good many people back where they belong, but can he keep them there, and will he? Can revolutions establish a permanent condition of things when they come in advance of the slow labor of time and ideas? Not always, said Christiane, but they form landmarks in history. Even when an effort at reformation is premature, something is always gained. Then you will really support the king against the Senate? Yes, most certainly. You see, then, that you do not intend to flee the tempest, but to seek it. Well, that is always the way with the young, at least when they are intelligent. Instinct and fate drives them on. For my part, I will say amen to whatever frees us from Russia and England. But how the devil do you propose to sit in the Senate if you refuse to acknowledge the religion of the country? But no matter, do not answer now. You will see hereafter what your conscience dictates, and what course you will have to pursue in order to fulfill your duties as a father and a citizen. My duties as a father, cried Christiane. Oh, Monsieur Goffler, it will be in fulfilling them that I shall find happiness. I feel it. Mon Dieu! When I am united at last to that brave and loyal woman, how I shall love our children, to whom she will transmit disinterestedness and nobility of character, as well as grace and beauty. Yes, yes, Christian, you will be happy in your family. That is due to you for your devotion to poor Sophia Joffredi. You will live in the Swedish fashion on your estates, in the enjoyment of every comfort, and in the presence of the grand and rude nature of the North. You will cultivate science and the fine arts. You will make the poor around you happy, as your predecessor has made them miserable. You will bring up your children yourself. Those little rascals will be surrounded as soon as they are born with love and devotion, and they will grow up with the children of Osmond and of Osborne. For my part, I shall keep at my profession as long as possible, for I shall become too much of a babbler and too nervous when I stop pleading cases. But every year I will come and pass the summer months with you. We will vie with each other in spoiling old Sten and poor Corinne. We will build political castles in Spain. We will dream of a cloudless alliance with France and a Scandinavian union that will enable us to resist the ambitious designs of Russia. And in the evenings we will bring out the Burattini and give exhibitions to all the dear little folks assembled at the chateau. And then you may be sure I shall become the equal of the famous Christian Waldo, of joyous and gentle memory. End of section 38. End of The Snowman by George Sand. Read by Christine Rottger. June 12th, 2024, Westford, Massachusetts.